just a little background. We're going to go in the order. We're going to call witnesses to testify in the order they're listed on the agenda item. Mr. Greene's mother is here, and she would like to testify today, so we're going to take her after in the public testimony portion, but I do want to give everybody a heads up that's going to happen. Before we get started, too, I've had a lot of troopers reach out to me since we started this committee, and there was a overwhelming kind of input they gave me, and I do want to express it because I think it's worth hearing. They are frustrated because, and I understand and agree with their frustrations, that they believe, and they're right, that most troopers are, excellent public servants, and they are frustrated and upset, I think, with the current state of affairs as anybody else is, because it feels like it unfairly gives them a black eye. And the continuing of this drama has it's only increased that. And so I do want, and it's probably contributing to low morale, I do want people to know that I think, at least from my perspective, and most members here believe that as well. And so the idea of this is to try and move past all that, restore the reputation of the state police. But to do that, we got to get through this very difficult process. And so that's what we're going to do. But I do want to say that I want to express my support for them and also have their voice said, because a lot of them can't come and testify. Your normal, just run-of-the-mill trooper. So I do want to put it out there that they are feeling frustrated, and I understand that frustration. And it's something that I think it's fair to say. That said, we're going to begin by calling Secretary Jimmy LeBlanc to the witness table. And members, it's my intention to roll, or I'd like to roll as fast as we can through Secretary LeBlanc and Colonel Mike Edmonson. I think their testimony is somewhat limited for this fact. They don't have information about the Greene incident. At least I don't believe they do. Of course, something comes out, we're going to explore it. But I think that we want to move as fast as we possibly can and get to the more difficult testimony.
We're not broadcasting. You hit the remote button.
Yep. The broadcast. Hold on one second. Broadcasting? Okay. Yep, I hear myself talk. So we're going to try and move as quickly as we possibly can. I'd ask the members to ask any question you want to ask, but please keep it as limited as you possibly can as we move on for time. That said, Mr. LeBlanc is present. And Mr. LeBlanc, the reason why you're here is because I think, from my perspective, I think state police is technically under the auspices of corrections. It's probably an awkward fit. And I want you to provide the committee with a little bit of just as brief as you possibly can about the chain of command, how the structure is set up, and how much state police is actually under your department.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. Jimmy LeBlanc, Secretary of Public Safety and Corrections. And like you said, technically that position is under my position. But organizationally, it never has operated that way. The departments got combined when DEQ and natural resources separated, I think in 1983. I've been in this department a long time. Never in the last 30 years, I can testify that this position has never been involved in the organization of state police. I sign leave slips, I sign payroll, I delegate complete authority by my position to state police to operate their operations.
Does the colonel call you and contact you regularly to discuss state police affairs?
No, sir.
Did he contact you on May, the night of the incident in 2019? May
No,
10th?
no, sir. Not
And have you had any discussions with him regarding the Ronald Greene matter at all?
not at all.
Is there any questions from the committee for Secretary LeBlanc? Well, that was faster than I even expected, Secretary, so we can move on to the next one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Colonel Edmonson. And remember, same thing with Colonel. He was not Colonel State Police by the time this incident happened. He's here to provide us with I think, some background information on how State Police is historically run, or at least how it was conducted under his tenure. I'll start with maybe a more specific question than I did with Secretary LeBlanc. You were head of State Police for a time period before Colonel Reeves. I think the question that's probably most present is wiping of cell phones. What would be what would cause you to wipe a cell phone and of a state police officer, and when would you do that? And is there a policy manual regarding that during your tenure?
Certainly not aware of any current policy procedure that I'm aware of at this point. I was involved with state police and law enforcement for 4 decades. So I go back quite a ways, in 9 years, a little over 9 years as superintendent. I don't know. I think you'd have to ask any individuals involved that had their phone wiped for whatever reason, turned it in. I can't think of anything outside of maybe retirement, or you're getting a new phone, or something's transferring over if you have information on there that might be critical. So I'm not aware of any policies that did that.
During your tenure, did you ever wipe a cell phone of an active duty trooper that was related to a criminal investigation?
No, sir.
Representative Jordan has a question for you. Yep. Let me try that again.
Try it again.
Go ahead.
Thank you. How you doing today, Colonel?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Look, are you familiar with litigation holds? A litigation hold to make sure if an event might be the subject of litigation. So, for instance, if somebody a use of force, this is a use of force, for instance, and somebody thought that use of force was excessive, and you thought that some litigation might ensue from that, so that the department might be sued. Usually there's a litigation hold that is put in place. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with the term, and certainly have been involved within my career, and certainly as superintendent, we had a lot of cameras. I can go back to when we didn't have cameras, and then I made the policy where we became the first state police in the country that wore body cameras. That started under my time, and we pushed forward along with the governor in moving forward on that portion of it. Look, my belief is the public has a right to know with anything, with any cameras, with any system, with any of those types of things that we have. So certainly, I would not want to erase anything that's out there as far as cameras and stuff like that. I think when you're involved in a major incident, certainly when use of force, because there's levels of use of force, but I think anytime there's an encounter with a police officer that involves some type of use of force, then that should be maintained and made available.
No, and I agree with you, so I appreciate that. Because you don't want evidence to go missing. You don't want like a spoliation of evidence. So you're familiar, you know those terms, right?
Absolutely.
All right. So and I used to be prior to a while back, I used to be an employee of state government, and I know even back when I was an employee, before I left, we had litigation holds for the departments that I served in. So a litigation hold has been in place with state government for, say, nearly 20 years. But are you aware that state police didn't have a policy relative to litigation holds until December of 21?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that. I wouldn't have seen a reason to have gotten rid of information that was related to an investigation or involved force. So.
But you didn't. But you didn't have a policy during your tenure there. Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that. No, sir.
All right. Do you know why there would not have been a policy during your tenure?
Either it wasn't thought about, it wasn't needed. I don't know. I can't think of a reason why there would not be, or why the reason there would have been. I think it's a common sense deal that you keep something like that in place. So.
No, I agree. So, well, I guess let me ask it a different way. From your perspective, I guess were you just under the assumption that a policy was in place for that?
Certainly, I would think that way. Again, not thinking about specifically having that, it doesn't make me think of that, because I would think that you would keep something like that. Why would you get rid of it? So
Wow.
if there wasn't a policy in place, hopefully there is one now, and
There
there
is.
should be one.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you.
All right, Representative Bacala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Colonel,
Good morning.
and thank you for joining us. I know you didn't have to,
Thank
so
you.
I appreciate you accepting the invitation to be here. Just a little bit different line of questioning. In your tenure with the state police, how long were you Colonel? I think 9 years.
Well over 9 years and a few months.
And that would have been through two governors. I remember when you were appointed by
Bobby
Governor-
Jindal
Yes.
and John Bell.
Yeah, and I want to go to just a sort of a standard operating procedure for you, and I think probably with a major incident, part of that standard operating procedure would have been to notify the governor. Would that be typical?
Absolutely.
And I know that Governor Jindal may have been different than Governor Edwards. I don't mind you speaking to either, but we're really not trying to do a comparison here.
Right.
But in your tenure specifically with the current governor, how many occasions would you have, or just kind of give me the nature of those incidents which you felt you needed to let him know about and apprise him of?
Well, just for historical perspectives, I can go back to certainly to Roma. I started under Treen, so I've been here a while. But I've heard conversations with each one of them, so I know the degree to how they wanted information, whether it was Edwin Edwards, whether it was all of them in between. Mike Foster, a lot of conversation with him because he really wanted to know what was going on before he spoke about it. Certainly with Bobby Jindal, I had conversation with him, had no problem. I had his private number, I had the number within the in the mansion to wake him up if I needed to. I certainly chose those times when I did wake them up. But certainly on a knowledge where a major incident within state police, certainly a death, certainly a use of force that caused major problems, damage, death, serious injuries, disasters, those types of things, conversations all the time. I started quite early with John Bell. Governor Edwards, we had an incident with the Saints player, if you remember, in New Orleans. And I had a lengthy conversation with him. I remember calling him and saying, "Look, Governor, I know you're in a hurry. I just want to brief you on something real quick." And he said, "Hey, Mike, look, I'm getting in my car, driving from Lafayette to Baton Rouge. I have an hour. We can talk for an hour." And I'm thinking to myself, that's a long conversation with the governor. I certainly haven't spent that much time talking to one, but that was how open he was to me having conversations with him. I was present with him during the horrible police shootings where we lost a lot of our police officers here in Louisiana. Had extensive conversations with him. And I certainly sent him text messages, but those were usually very brief. I'm a person who'd rather talk on the phone. I'm not a good texter. I'm not a lengthy texter, but certainly I would have that conversation with him on the phone, and I did on many occasions. He wanted to know what was going on. He asked questions. He listened to things. I would go to his office on investigations. I would brief him on those, and we would have a conversation about them.
Okay, so generally speaking, I don't want to even try to synopsize, but generally speaking, you would say that he was a governor that expected to be thoroughly briefed.
During my time, absolutely.
Okay. That'll be all for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bacala. Representative Marcel.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. It's been a minute since I've seen you.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk a little bit about the body cameras. I know you're aware that I started the policy in
Yes.
Baton Rouge for the
We had
Baton
that
Rouge
discussion.
City. And we had a lot of conversations during that period of time about your policies and what the state police was doing. So when you say that you were unaware of any litigation hold, there was a policy in place though for body cameras and how long we kept that data. Is that's accurate,
That
right?
is correct. If you remember
So-
the conversation we had early on when we started talking about those things.
Right.
We started, I guess it was in the infancy. We certainly did not have every officer with a body camera at the time, but we started that process. And it was important during those early discussions with yourself and other members of this body, including the governor's office, was that we maintain a hold. And there was I don't remember the exact number, but or the length of time, but there was a
And
policy in place to hold them for a specific period of time.
Right, and that's what I was going to ask you. Do you recall what that time length was on the body cameras or the car cams?
I don't want to speculate.
But I want to be sure and, bring that out because I know that we had those conversations about retaining the data and how long we would keep those. And whenever it was an incident, that was specific as to the body cameras, I know, how long we were to keep those. And that was specifically carved out, if I remember correctly.
Yes, ma'am. And back to Representative Jordan's question, certainly if he was talking about body cameras, that those holes in that information was placed a while back, certainly during the infancy of those programs. I thought you were more talking towards other information. There's always been a retention schedule within state government.
Right. That's kind of what I remembered. And you talked about Representative Bacala asked you about notifying the governor. Would you say that each governor was different and depending on the situation would be how you would handle that or how you would notify the governor?
Well, certainly, as I think back, each governor were particular in how they wanted information. Some in shorter periods of time, more face to face. But certainly, Mike Foster was someone that wanted in-depth information, and he wanted you standing next to him in a press conference. He didn't need to be the one speaking on something if you knew something about it. The blue haze we had on the Mississippi River, if y'all remember that a while back. I mean, he calls me. I'm a trooper, and he said, "Come to my office." And I did, and he said, "Look, tell me about it." And we talked about it, and he said, when they asked me a question a little bit in front of the media, you're going to be the one answering it. So that was a discussion with him. That's how he wanted it. But I found each governor certainly were inquisitive as to what was going on, why the decisions were made, what did you take into account. I always had lengthy conversations with governors on that.
And specifically to this incident on Ronald Greene, if you were still in charge of state police, what do you believe your extent of the conversation would have been with the governor?
Well, I don't want to speculate because I think you have people behind me that can certainly speak to the actual moment, and I believe they will, and I believe in them doing so.
I mean, do you think it would have been as important for you to relay specifically what happened in this incident to the governor if you were in charge still?
No, absolutely. I would have had a face-to-face conversation. I think that would have been important to do so. But again, I wasn't there,
right?
So I don't know if he asked for that. I don't know. There were certainly incidences within my tenure where I didn't wait for the governor to ask any lengthy questions. I was in face-to-face in front of them, making sure they knew exactly what we were doing and why we were doing it. That's Mike Edmonson. And certainly I don't hold anybody else to my level or higher or lower.
Right.
But that was the way that I handled things.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Representative Villio for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Just a couple of questions. You had mentioned and sort of speculated on the wiping of phones, and one of the scenarios you gave was if, say, an officer got a new phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I think that, and I say that because I don't know what information people have on their phone. I think that's why it's so important. If you have a specific instance, I think that person should just explain why they did that. And if there are policies in place and they didn't follow those policies, then I think they have to answer to that.
I guess my point is, with the transfer of a phone, wouldn't it be correct that all of the information on the current phone would be transferred to the new phone, if that was the case?
I did. I just got a new phone for myself and my wife, and you're right. You download it and it transfers over to your phone.
Right. You don't just wipe it clean and make all the information go away. Correct.
That's correct.
And last question. It's correct to say that most command staff, captains, majors, etc., have state-issued phones. Isn't that correct with state police? They
can, to my knowledge, they can have them, or they can have their personal ones.
And if they have personal ones, are they reimbursed for the phone?
There
charge?
wasn't a reimbursement. I think it was around $50 a month for that. I don't know what it is now, and but I believe that to be the number during my time.
And certainly,
That was set by the state.
in terms of the command staff and others, after you left, you wouldn't know if they had state-issued phones or personal,
No,
correct?
ma'am, I would not know that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I think that handles all of our questions, Colonel. Thank you for coming today willingly, and we really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, that leaves Colonel Reeves. And since you have two people, can you both identify yourselves for the record?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yes. Kevin Reeves, former superintendent of Louisiana State Police.
Louis Unglesby, Mr. Reeves' lawyer.
Mr. Unglesby, can you please fill out one of those cards at the table?
Sure. Carl Reeves has and can anticipate a lot of your questions. He has a statement he wants to make. Additionally, I assume you fellows and ladies know that he had an extensive interview with Speaker Schexnayder that was tape recorded and provided the speaker to do anything he wanted with. So I guess you guys have that.
I'm
as
aware
well
of
as
it.
some documents.
I'm aware of it.
Okay.
But I assume you know that we're here to answer the questions of the committee today.
We're not, sir, we're happy to answer the questions. He drove down here to do it.
Sure, no, I know.
I
I'm
was just letting you know
We're aware.
that guided some of your questions.
No,
that they'd
we
already been
want
asked
we
and
want to
you
be
could
done in
ask.
public record. Thank you for that comment. And this is how it's going to work. You represent Mr. Colonel Reeves. If you want to testify on your own, Mr. Unglesby, you're going to have to go at the end after Mrs. Greene.
I have nothing to testify to.
I
I
know.
was just making
You-
y'all aware of that.
If you interrupt me again, we're going to have an issue. My point being is, Mr. Reeves, I'm going to let you ask Mr. Unglesby any question you need to. He's here to advise you.
Yes, sir.
But I'm laying out the ground rules that Mr. Unglesby is here to advise you. If there's any other testimony he would like to give, like he just did, it'll have to be done at the end. That's all.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to let you read your statement. That's no problem with that. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Good morning. I came here voluntarily to answer questions and clear up some confusion.
Thanks.
I could not attend the original Senate hearing because at the time there was, to my knowledge, an active state criminal case and federal cases going on. Since the Senate hearing, the district attorney and other members of state police have appeared before committees. The federal government has advised that my conduct plays no role in anything that they are investigating. Consequently, there is no longer any impediment to my appearance. As a proud 31-year veteran of the Louisiana State Police and a former colonel, I felt obliged to come and see what I can offer to this group. I will start with the most obvious issues. The state police do not now and have not ever condoned any use of force beyond that necessary to protect the public we serve and the officers offering that protection. There was no effort, to my knowledge, to cover up nor mislead anyone about the events surrounding Ronald Greene. The original event, in fact, was released by state police to the news media the morning of the incident. I was informed that morning of the events as we knew them. My text to Governor Edwards was the normal course of our business. When I became colonel, I was advised that the governor wanted to know of any unusual events so that he would be aware and not to hear it from the news media or constituents or legislators. It was a common occurrence for me to notify the governor of these instances. It could range from an in-custody death, an officer-involved shooting, to the interstate being shut down, and how long we anticipated it would be shut down and when it would reopen. The Greene matter events proceeded through the normal channels. I did not oversee nor take any role in the investigation. As colonel, I had a standing policy not to interfere in any investigations. The Greene issue was never discussed with Governor Edwards in any depth until the fall of 2020. Prior to that time, the case proceeded through regular channels. The state police gave the district attorney a complete file and report in close proximity to 90 days of the event. This included full disclosure and transfer to the district attorney of videos which you have seen. There was never and can't be any attempt to hide such evidence. The body cameras of the on-scene troopers automatically upload to a cloud-based storage system, and they cannot be erased. The issue came to me when the district attorney advised that I could proceed with the internal discipline of Trooper Hollingsworth. This was, I believe, around August of 2020, 15 to 16 months later. We began that process, and a decision was made to terminate the trooper from our employment. Unfortunately, he died before the process was completed. In the summer and fall of 2020, Louisiana suffered hurricanes that myself and the governor's office were required to be in almost daily contact, 24 hours, 7 days a week. At that same time, a news release showed the video and some conversations by Trooper Hollingsworth. I was also advised of a lawsuit that prompted Governor Edwards to ask me for more details. The U.S. Attorney and the District Attorney had both requested that we not release the videos to anyone at this time. Speaker Shakespeare has a copy of that letter from the U.S. Attorney. During this time, Governor Edwards decided that the video should be shown to the family. The matter was discussed with District Attorney Belton, and he was okay with that. It was decided that he would come to Baton Rouge and go through the evidence with the family and their attorneys. The state police made all arrangements to show the evidence, and their attorneys were given full access to the videos. At no time before the fall of 2020 did I discuss the case with Governor Edwards. Trooper Hollingsworth's death ended the role I had in his investigation. The Louisiana State Police is a proud organization of dedicated public servants who daily place themselves in harm's way so that citizens do not. They are faced with making split-second decisions that will be critiqued for months and years. In this instance, information available to us indicated that Mr. Greene had committed traffic violations and was traveling between 80 to 100 miles an hour throughout the city of Monroe and the campus of the University of Louisiana at Monroe, along with rural highways, 2-lane highways. Despite a vehicle chase where Mr. Greene did not yield to sirens and lights, he continued until he lost control of his vehicle and crashed. The preliminary autopsy revealed cocaine levels of 1,700 nanograms and a blood alcohol level of above 0.10% grams per cent. The preliminary results at autopsy reflected a torn aorta and a separated spleen. I believe that this is the reason the initial cause of death was attributed to injuries sustained from the wreck. That completes my statement. I would be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Colonel Reeves. I do have some questions out the gate, especially about something you said. All the videos are uploaded, but they're all up to the officer who's uploading them to labels. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all have had problems in the past with mislabeling of videos. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
Is your understanding, or do you know?
That's what I'm told. I mean, I haven't reviewed it.
I'm saying during your tenure, though, you had other incidences of mislabeled videos.
Yes, sir, but it really did not come to my attention until this incident here.
Now, there was several body cam videos taken from the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had, and correct anything I say is incorrect because I'm learning it like you are.
Thank you.
You had, I think, a Trooper DeMoss had a body cam video. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
And you also had Trooper Clary had a body cam video.
Yes, sir.
and for whatever be the reason, these are initially investigated, people were not aware of, or troopers or investigators or people, of Clary's body cam. Isn't that correct?
To my knowledge, we were always aware of Clary's body cam video.
Let me restate that. Clary's body cam video did not make it to District Attorney Belton's office initially when the initial evidence was sent to the District Attorney's office.
I believe that the district attorney would have to answer that question. I know that.
But y'all sent the evidence, so you can answer that question.
I didn't send the evidence. I didn't investigate
Your
the
office
case.
did.
Yes, sir. It should have been sent to him because I know that that video was shown by District Attorney Belton to the family on the date that we met with the family and the attorneys. There's no indication to us at any point that that video was not in the possession of investigators.
So there was no internal conversations with state police subsequent about whether or not to send Trooper Clary's video to District Attorney Belton.
Absolutely not. I would hope that was never a conversation that was had.
So if any trooper said they were part of that conversation, that would not be correct information.
A conversation of whether or not to send Lieutenant Clary's video to the district attorney as part of evidence?
Correct.
I am unaware of any of that.
And if somebody said they would only, if the decision was they were only going to send it if District Attorney Belton requested it, that would not be correct either.
I would not think so. I think we should probably send all evidence. Not probably. We should definitely send all evidence to the district attorney.
Then my question to you is, Trooper Clary gave an initial statement at 4:58 a.m. on the morning of the crash. Is that correct?
Sir, I'll take your... I did not investigate the...
But you're aware he made a statement right after the crash.
I would assume he made a statement, yes, sir.
And in that statement, he did not really mention any incident other than the arrest.
I have not read his statement.
So if he did leave out that Ronald Greene, there was an incident of force with Ronald Greene, or didn't really give the full nature of it, would that be, in your opinion, a cover-up or misleading by state police?
I don't believe there was any cover-up by state police of this matter, and I think that it would be speculation on my part as to what Lieutenant Clary did or did not say in a statement to detectives.
So you can affirmatively tell this committee that there was no attempt to mislead, but you're not aware of the statement.
Sure. Yes, sir.
If I played that statement for you and there's no mention of an incident, would you change your opinion?
You want to play the statement for me?
I might, but we might do that later. But would that possibly change your opinion?
I'm not going to answer it because I don't have an...
I did see.
I haven't had access to the statements made by any of the troopers on the scene, and I'll go back to my original statement that I had. I did not have an active role in this investigation.
Sure, I understand that.
It's a case where I did not even read the case report probably until the fall of 2020 at the earliest, if not after I retired, because I don't get involved in these matters. How, as a superintendent, do I pick which investigations I'm going to get involved in and which ones I'm not going to get involved in? Because then it could look political.
Sure. Now, did you, and I wasn't clear from the information I saw, there's two things I want to ask you about that. Did you organize a helicopter to be flown to the Monroe area to pick up D.A. Belton and the Greene family?
No, sir. I arranged for a flight for Mr. Belton. I don't believe the Greene family flew with him.
And that was not being involved in the investigation, arranging a flight for the district attorney who's prosecuting the case?
That was me providing transportation for the district attorney to come down in a timely manner to visit with the family.
You could see how that would seem a bit awkward, that the district attorney is possibly prosecuting state police and you're providing helicopter transportation for them, though.
At the time, we had no indication that the district attorney was prosecuting anybody in state police.
You knew there was an investigation.
I knew we turned over an investigation.
Now, I saw a comment, and I want to ask you about it, you made, because it goes back to Trooper Clary. where you didn't want, I think, if it's not accurate, please let me know, or something to the effect of you didn't want to start a precedent by disciplining troopers over body cam footage. Is that correct? Was that an accurate statement that I can attribute it to you?
I don't think the statement was accurate. I believe what you're referring to is a statement that was attributed to me at a golf tournament I was at with Lieutenant Scott Brown. And I believe that retired Sergeant Paxton placed in his notes that I had made the comment when asked about Trooper Hollingsworth's video and him turning his video off and being prosecuted for that. It didn't have anything to do with Lieutenant Clary. That I did not know of a state crime that applied to turning your body camera off. It was an administrative violation and it should be handled administratively. But the district attorney should decide on that, what direction the district attorney wants to go in. I'm not a lawyer.
So you read Paxton's investigative report?
No, sir, I was advised of that.
Okay.
That was reported on in the media.
Okay. Let me, just for all sakes and purposes, if Trooper Clary did not accurately discuss a use of force in his initial statement to investigators, in your opinion, would that have been an attempt to mislead about what happened in the Ronald Greene incident?
Well, again, and I understand what you're asking me and what you're asking me to speculate on, but it's speculation on my part as to, I don't know what was said between Lieutenant Clary and the investigators at the scene. I can tell you from my personal experience, I have not known Lieutenant Clary to be dishonest. I don't know what conversations were had at the scene. You would have to have the investigator come here and testify as to what he told you, and that would prevent me from speculating.
But let me ask you a question. The investigator's not here today. I think they're going to testify later. Would you be willing to come back to this committee after we present the evidence, or he presents the evidence of what Trooper Clary told him in his recorded statement at a later date?
We would like to get all of this finished today. Representative McGee, we can't, again,
Sure, you can advise your client, but I don't want your testimony. I mean, I'm trying to be polite, but
we invited the Senate
You
to
can-
come to avoid having to do it more than once.
well, that's not how it works. But you can advise your client. Please advise him, not me. All right, I want to go back to a couple things you said. You said you had no you had an interesting turn of phrase, which was any conversation of depth with the governor about the incident, which leads me to ask the question, was there any conversations not in depth with the governor about the Ronald Greene incident?
No, sir. I sent the initial text on, and I don't have the dates in front of me right now. I sent the initial text to the governor because I always kept the governor informed, whether it could be an officer-involved shooting of another parish, of a sheriff's office, perhaps. It could be a in-custody death at a prison that we're investigating. I kept him informed of these matters briefly, without a lot of details in them, so that in case he got asked about it, he would have some situational awareness of what happened the previous evening. I believe probably a week after that, or 10 days, 11 days, and I don't know. I don't have the dates in front of me, but I can tell you it was within probably a week or two after the incident, when the initial autopsy results came out. I had a list of things to discuss with the governor, and I mentioned to him that what the initial findings that were mentioned to me, and not in writing, that was mentioned to me in a morning briefing, of the initial findings of the cause of death of Mr. Greene.
So
And
you
after
did have a
that-
conversation with the governor between the initial text and the fall of 2020. It just wasn't, in your opinion, in depth.
5 words.
It was part of a briefing that happened 10 days after the initial incident.
It wasn't a briefing to him. It was a briefing to me. We have a Monday morning briefing every morning we would have at 9 o'clock at State Police with the deputy superintendents. And each area would go through and tell us what they had in the past week, what cases they were working on, give us updates. and that was an update. And I believe a couple of days after that, I was meeting with the governor, and I mentioned that to him. So yes, no.
Other than that brief mention, was there any other conversation in your recollection between the initial text, the 10-day out, and my conversation, communication, however you want to phrase it, in the fall of 2020?
No, sir, not that I recall.
And I think the next step of curiosity is, if you didn't speak directly to Governor Edwards, did you speak to anyone on his staff regarding the Ronald Greene incident in that time period?
I don't recall speaking to anyone
Text message?
in particular. I don't recall text message. I don't recall. I didn't do a lot of business through text. If you got any text from me, it's most likely going to be, hey, I need to see you. Hey, can you give me a call? Let me know when you're available for a call.
So you and the governor did not text a lot, is what you're telling me.
Correct.
So your testimony today is you have no recollection of any other communications with governor's staff about the Ronald Greene matter between May 15th or May 10th, I'm sorry, and the fall of 2020.
I would probably say not necessarily the fall of 2020 with the governor's staff. We may have talked summer of 2020. We were together almost 24 hours a day, at the Emergency Operations Center at State Police and GOSEP. So, I believe we got served with a suit in May of 2020. And, I think some news stories broke, and I'm not going to tell you that I didn't get asked about it, but we had no discussions of anything substantive involving the case because it didn't get involved in the case.
Okay, so we're moving the timeline up a little bit now. So summer of 2020, you are discussing, at least informally, with the governor's staff, the Ronald Greene matter.
I'm not saying that I am. What I'm saying is I don't recall whether I am or I'm not. I'm telling you that I'm not going to rule out that there wasn't a mention somewhere in there.
Did you text at that time period with the governor's staff about the Ronald Greene matter?
I can't answer that. I don't believe so. Like I said, my text on a substantive matter would have been, can you give me a call, or are you available for a meeting?
And then the follow-up with that would be, did you have anybody in your staff who was contacting the governor's staff about the Ronald Greene matter during that same time period?
Not that I'm aware of. You're asking me to answer questions about people that work for me that having contact with somebody that works for the governor, that I'm not involved in that interaction, and I can't answer that question.
Well, I guess my
but
questions
I don't
are
think
involved in that interaction because it could be easily, Trooper X, did you update the governor's staff about why?
I don't ever remember having a conversation like that. No, sir.
Okay.
That would not be my way of doing things. I'm more of a in-person do it.
You have a quote in the that I've seen a couple of times, and I want to give you the opportunity to clarify it because I think it does deserve clarification. Where I think my understanding of is you initially told it to District Attorney Belton, but correct me if I'm wrong, that in your opinion, the video, or the videos, I should say, was awful but not unlawful, or awful but lawful. Did you say that? And can you please give the committee further context what you meant by that?
I'll be glad to. Yes, sir. I did not come up with that saying. I've heard the saying before. Did I say it? I've said it. But let me tell you the context that I meant it in, and the context that I said it in is anyone who watched that video, or anyone who watches a number of law enforcement involved videos, it is very awful sometimes the positions that police officers are placed in. It is very awful to see things happen to individuals. But it doesn't always mean that it's a crime that happened. It is shocking to the senses at the things that you see that police officers deal with, not just state troopers, but sheriff's deputies and city policemen. what you see in a video, police officers see tragedies every day and every night that are heartbreaking and are shocking and are awful. So I appreciate you asking that question, but I can tell you that question, that statement right there has been used with more disrespect by other people than I ever used that statement, because I would never disrespect someone in an incident they went through by touting that in a light manner.
No, and I appreciate. And I want to give you the opportunity to clarify it.
And I sincerely thank you for that.
And a couple of things occurred to me while you were speaking just now. You are aware, though, that when Mr. Greene arrived at the hospital, that the hospital was not made aware of a struggle, correct?
No, sir, I'm not aware. I didn't. Again, let me explain to you that I did not. The criminal investigators in our agency, whether they're from Monroe, whether they're from Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Lake Charles, they are tasked with investigating matters that come to their attention, whether they're requested or whether they're assigned. I'm not involved in that. What I expect them to do is to develop a case report, investigate a case, develop a case report, and in the case report should be facts and evidence and witness statements. And they need to coordinate with the district attorney's office on moving forward with a case. That is not for the superintendent to do.
Sure. But you are, at least, you have testified earlier in this committee that you were updating your superiors on other matters, so you do have a working knowledge of other cases. It's not like you're just completely in the dark on these cases.
No, I'm not completely in the dark on the cases, but as to the specifics of what's going on these cases, I am not involved in. I'm not directing. I don't want daily updates. I want someone to conduct an investigation in an unfettered manner that represents what happened at a scene. And coordinate that with the district attorney and receive your guidance from the district attorney. It doesn't matter to me if a state trooper's involved or if someone who's a layman's involved, a lay citizen is involved in something, or a city policeman or a sheriff's deputy. Let's do the right thing here, and let's make sure that we submit things to the district attorney's office for review.
You are aware that I think it was Officer York's accident report had no mention of a struggle with the police.
I don't believe I've read Trooper York's crash report, but I would say and look, throughout this whole incident here, there has been a lot of supposition and innuendos and what ifs this happened and what if that happened and could they be trying to do this and could they be trying to do that. Let me give you a scenario here of a possibility, since we're going to go with some suppositions here. Trooper York's investigating of the crash report is the crash report. The detectives are investigating the struggle. So there's he's doing a portion of the incident there that has to do with how the crash happened. And so if there's no mention of a struggle in it, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I believe Trooper York did that with some nefarious means in mind or an intent to omit something. There's no omitting what happened.
Did you think his report should have included at least a statement that there was a arrest report that was also generated?
Well, I'm assuming that he would have given the detectives a copy of the crash report to attach to the criminal report. No, there wouldn't have been any problem with referencing a criminal report in there. It's just
in all fairness, though, I think I need to push back a little on what you just said, because y'all know that accident reports end up in litigation. I think your attorney's trying to tell you something.
No, I'm not. I'm just listening. I'm learning something.
Most attorneys know that the questioning of a police officer starts like this. Did you draft this police report? Yes. You know this police report's going to end up in litigation most likely, or has the potential to. Yes. So you've covered everything that happened in this incident in this report. Isn't that correct? Yes. And then that's the way the attorney starts stepping, and then they start tearing that apart. So it's well known with troopers that those reports are very detail oriented on what exactly transpired, because it's going to end up in a court system most likely, and they know that. Correct? We can at least agree on that.
Yeah, we can at least agree that there would probably be some civil litigation, but I'm not sure that I'm going to go with you that he should have outlined the whole incident in the crash report when it was going to be outlined in total in a separate report, and there's no way that the two are not going to be
They should at least
together.
They should at least reference each other, though.
I would have probably referenced it, but I'm not saying that he did anything nefarious, because I don't think he did.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to some of the committee members. I don't want to ask all the questions. I might have some more for you in a little bit, though. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank you for being here, but let me just say that I didn't have any knowledge that that was a recorded statement that you gave to the speaker, so I'd be interested in hearing that statement if it's anything different from what you've said today. I have several questions. You keep saying that you were not involved in this investigation. I think all of us know that, you know, you have detectives, whether you're the chief of police or the head of state police, you have investigators or detectives that actually do the work in a case. But it's just very hard for me to sit here and believe that someone died and you don't have any more information, or you're not as involved. Or to me, it appears that you should have been involved if you weren't. So I guess, and you keep saying that there was no cover up, but for me, help me understand why the video was not shown, Clary's video. Tell me why did it have to come out like it did? If it wasn't covered up, then why wasn't it presented initially? Why did it take so long for that video to come out if there was no cover up?
Ma'am, to my knowledge, that video was in the possession of the detectives from the start. You'll have to call them and ask them why it wasn't included in a report to the district attorney that should have been included in. No one argues that it should have been included in that. I don't know that it wasn't included. It went to the district attorney. You'll have to have them testify to that.
Well, the district attorney did meet with us, some of us, and he said it was not included.
Okay.
Definitely was not included. So that's problematic for me that it was not included. You don't find that to be problematic?
Yes, ma'am. If it was not included, it would be problematic. I haven't said anything other than that.
And if a trooper does not present something that you feel should have been presented, then what would your next step be towards that trooper? What would happen? Well, what should happen?
Well, it would actually depend on whether it was a mistake on not presenting it to the district attorney. Our personnel are human, and they make mistakes.
Right.
Or if it was intentional.
Right.
And that would guide where we went moving forward. But I think that the whole, let me go ahead, if you don't mind, if I could clear up a little bit about the body camera system here. It is my understanding the body camera system was new to state police. It's not something that we've had for any length of time. Colonel Edmonson had signed a contract with Axon to secure body cameras, and so it was our job to implement that program, and we began implementing it, and it was in an infancy at this point right here. But it is, to my knowledge, and I'm by far not an expert, and I would suggest that with questions about the Axon camera system and what can be deleted or edited or anything like that, I would suggest that this committee call Axon and ask them to send a representative down here to clear up all these questions about whether or not anything can be deleted, not uploaded, in any way, shape, or form because my
But there are
knowledge of this
policies, though. I don't
subject-
mean to cut you off, but there are policies and standards that the expectation of the police department to keep that data. Is that right?
Absolutely.
So we don't need Exxon here to tell us that that data should have been kept and that everyone should have submitted their body cameras on the day of the incident that happened when Ronald Greene was killed.
It was kept. All the videos are there. There's no place for them to go, to my knowledge.
So are you saying that you had no knowledge, of the videos until when? When did you see the videos, and when did you express that to the governor? Because that's problematic if you're saying that you saw this video that we saw, and I don't know how we could see it any differently, because you mentioned, and let me start by saying I do believe that the state police, for the most part, protects and serves the citizens of Louisiana.
Yes, ma'am.
That does not eliminate any bad apples or bad players, because we have those in every profession. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And I think for me particularly, the cover up that you keep hearing about is because people saw this as a cover up because the videos came out and it was different from what they reported. And so I'm just having a difficult time to see how anyone could say, and you made sure in your statement, when you read your statement, you made sure you talked about the amount of cocaine that Ronald Greene had in his system and whatever else he had in his system, but you didn't really say a lot about the videos that they did not submit, or they didn't talk about, or they lied about, or they left out. When you leave something out, it's for a reason. It's not a mistake that someone died. I mean, someone died. We're not talking about someone that was just injured. Someone died. Ronald Greene died. It just wasn't a bump on his head. He actually died. And to sit here and say that there was no cover-up and that you were not involved in the investigation, it's just disheartening. So I would like for you to please help me, because I'm struggling.
What is your question, ma'am?
Oh. My question is, if there was no mention of a struggle in the initial accident report, why would that be?
It was in the criminal incident report that was being filed by the detectives. The crash report is what it is. It's a crash report. It talks about the dynamics of the crash. I can't answer it. You'll have to ask Trooper York to come down here and speak to why.
It does talk about the dynamics of the crash, but there's also a portion on there where you say what happened and who was injured and all that. That's on there.
Yes, ma'am. I've filled out a lot of them.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them.
Yes, ma'am.
So that, in my opinion, should have been included.
Well, I understand your opinion, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm telling you, I didn't fill out the crash report. There was a criminal report filled out that coincided with the crash report. We're talking about the same incident here that are going to mesh. And look, please don't misunderstand that my suggesting that you call Axon representative down here to talk to you about how the camera system works was any kind of an insult or slight. I was just merely saying that Axon would be the one to answer all these questions from a company point of view. There is no getting rid of videos. And I would also suggest that I don't know if anyone has a copy of the criminal report that was turned in by, that was turned in by Trooper Paxton at the time of the incident, but he refers at the bottom of some page that he received and viewed Trooper Clary's videos.
You talk about Hollingsworth.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you off. I do want to ask him a question about that. So you did read Paxton's report?
His investigative report, yeah.
And in there it talks about, and he actually quotes verbatim what Clary's initial statement was. So then you have read
I don't remember reading about
Clary's
initial
statement is quoted in his report, in his investigative report. He actually quotes the entirety of his statement and then contrasts it with the actual video. So you have seen Clary's report. You have seen Clary's statement.
I have seen
If you've read
Albert Paxton's report, but I have not seen Clary's statement that would be attached to it. If it's referenced in the report, I'm not going to tell you I didn't read it, because I probably did, but it didn't make any impression on me that he was keeping anything out of it. And I'm not real sure that I read his statement in entirety in the actual report itself. I haven't read the attachments to the report, being the statements. What I am telling you is on one of the pages of the report that Trooper Paxton references that he received Clary's video and viewed it. And that was 90 days after the incident.
Can I?
Yeah, one second. Though.
You going back?
It's not really an attachment, though. It's actually, I think, quoted, like in the actual report. It is. It's on page 2.
Okay, well, you asked me if I had read his statement. Usually statements are attached in a separate attachment. I told you I had read the report.
Well, no, but earlier I asked you if you were aware of Clary's statement. You told me no. And now you're telling me you read the report, that it begins where it actually begins on page 1 of the report. And he literally writes out into page 2 about the report and then contrasts the next pages. It's with, I mean, I have it in front of me. So I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding. And the only reason why I'm cutting you off, Representative Marcel, is because I'm coming back to you. But
Thank you.
I just want to clarify, because you told me you acted like you couldn't speculate or all this stuff when I was asking you questions, and now you're talking about reading his report, and I knew, because I read the report, that it's literally quoted for paragraphs. I mean, it's not an attachment like see attached. It's in the meat of the thing. So I'm having a hard time squaring what you just testified to when you know what he testified to.
Why don't you give us a copy?
He's read it. He's already testified to that.
Well, that's years
All right,
ago.
you can talk after.
In fairness, sir, why don't you give us a copy? You want to talk about it?
You can advise your client. I'm allowing you to advise your client. If you want to testify, you can testify at the
I'm
end.
just asking for a copy of a document that you want him to respond to.
Again, you could advise your client. You're not here to testify. If you want to, as a public section, you can testify at that moment. All right. So you have read the report. And actually, look.
I did say from the beginning I had read the report.
This
That
is
not a
in-
misleading statement.
This is actually a part of, and for your lawyer's benefit, it is part of the state Senate's stuff. That's how we got it from their stuff. So it's available to the public. So I don't know that I necessarily have to give him, since, if he wants to review all the documents that have been made to the public before you testify, he could have done so. But again, I want to be very clear on this point, because I do feel like I'm being misled right now.
I'm not misleading you at all.
But I asked you specifically about Clary's initial statement. I quoted you the timestamp of when it was done at 4:58 in the morning. You said, I don't know. You hem-hawed about it and act like it. And it's literally in the report that you're now quoting and discussing with Representative Marcel like you have a good knowledge base of it. So I'm having a hard time squaring those two factors together, and it's really frustrating me. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry it's frustrating you. I was clear that I had read the report. I never said I didn't. If you ask me if I read Clary's specific statement, I have not read a statement portion of Clary's. If it's in the report, yes, I laid eyes on it. But as I told you before, I did not read the report until probably the fall of 2020, and it may have been after I retired before I ever read the report.
1 second. So the report is entered May 6, 2021, and it starts morning of the incident, and it says on the morning of incident, he starts going over what happened, and then he said on Saturday, April 10, 2001, I reviewed Clary's original statement taken on May 10, 458 trip prep, and it says, after a brief introduction myself, Lieutenant Claire stated the following. I don't know the exact time I was notified, and then it goes on.
Could I see that, sir? Because I'm not sure that.
Well,
That we're looking at the same thing. Can I see it?
This is the report you said you're cooperating. No, because this is my personal document. It has my notes on it and stuff like that. So
Well, you're
I'm not
asking me about something you're not giving me the opportunity to review to tell you whether we're talking about the same document or not.
I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify. This is the report.
Well, I can't clarify if I can't look at what you're looking at.
I'm gonna let Ms. Representative Marcel continue. I think there's some real concerns about that, though.
But Representative McGee, I think that you're being disrespectful and unfair of not giving an opportunity, as would happen in court,
Look,
any witness to look at a document you want him to.
Mr. Unglesby, this is the third time you've been warned. I'm about to ask you to go sit on the back row, the front row right there, to advise your client, because you're not testifying. You're not a witness.
Fine, I'm simply asking you for fair treatment.
Sure, but that's not your role here today. Your role is to talk to your client today, and that's it. If you want to, this is not a court of law. If you want to approach me, that's not how this works. He testifies. I'm allowing him to ask you for advice because you're his legal counsel, but that's it. The next outburst I have, I'm actually going to ask you to go sit in the front row. All right.
Please, don't accuse me of outbursts.
Well, you keep interjecting when you're not testifying. So, all right, I'm going to ask you to go sit in the front row. Please, Mr. Unglesby. And Colonel Reeves, if you need to talk to him, I'm allow you to lean back and talk to him, but I'm not going to allow this kind of behavior.
You're going to allow me to try to get him fair treatment.
No, I am. You can advise you anytime he wants.
And please give him a copy of whatever I ask him about. Sir, you want him out?
It's front row. Front row. All right, Representative Marcel, please continue.
Okay. I'm going to wrap it up, but Mr. Reeves,
Yes, ma'am.
If there are officers or troopers that were present, and it becomes knowledge to you, since it's not, you don't have that knowledge now, that they were present and assisted in any cover-up of Ronald Greene's death, are you prepared to suggest that they be removed? Should they have been removed? What are your thoughts? Well, you've already said you don't think that they covered up anything, so that's probably why they weren't removed, right? Correct?
Ma'am, I'm telling you, I have no knowledge of any cover-up that occurred in the Ronald Greene matter. If you develop something from some source that is substantive and that you can prove that someone covered up something, then you should take that up with Colonel Davis.
So,
but under my administration, I was had no information that anyone was covering up anything.
So under your administration, there were no statements made to you that you became aware of that there was a cover-up. That's what you're saying. Nobody ever.
I heard in the media that there was a cover-up.
Not the media, sir. You were over state police. Did anyone bring that knowledge to you?
No, ma'am.
I mean, we all hearing stuff on the street.
Sure.
And in the media, but prior to the media getting it, somebody had to give it to the media. Wouldn't you agree?
Obviously.
And obviously that person would have been in the state police. Wouldn't you agree?
I believe there was someone in state police or some in state police that were revealing information to the media.
They were revealing information because they did not think that it was being handled right. Would you agree?
Ma'am, I don't know their motives behind what they were revealing.
They wanted somebody else to know about it, right? Do you agree with that?
I'm not going to speculate on their reasons.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Baclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as I spoke earlier, thank you for coming, Colonel Reeves. And I'm doing follow-up questions, but I do think it's worth noting that as a committee, we're just trying to collect as much information as we can, and then we'll draw conclusions from the information that we gather. And
yes,
certainly, this is the front end, and we'll need to get a lot of different information from other people. Here's my line of questioning. Obviously, there was a text sent, I guess May 10th, is that correct, to the governor, and it referenced a violent encounter in which someone died.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, you really had conversations probably with the governor sometime in the summer, I guess, so several weeks or months later, where the topic may have come up in some context.
I wouldn't say it was that. Like I say, it would have been in close context to when the initial, well, I think our investigators had spoken to the coroner, and the coroner had said that Mr. Greene had a ruptured aorta, and that that was probably caused from a traffic crash.
Okay, so I guess I guess what you're trying to characterize there is at that point in time, did you feel like this was a simple crash that didn't require further high-level attention?
Well, and look, I heard Colonel Edmonson's testimony as to, and your line of questioning with him as to different governors want different levels of information. And the only thing that I can reconcile here is that different governors may require different levels of information from different colonels. Governor Edwards generally left state police to do their business, and he asked to be informed of critical incidents that occurred before he had to read them in the paper or see them on the media in case he was asked about it. Something may happen in a locale that he was actually visiting that day. Unbeknownst to me, I wouldn't know his calendar, but he was visiting, so if we would let him know in case he got asked a question about it.
I worked for a sheriff who was much more intense than that. As a matter of fact, I mean, I've said this before. If I had sent a text like the one you sent to the governor to my sheriff, the sun better not come up before we're having a personal conversation, and I know a heck of a lot about what happened. But that's the way he was engaged. So I guess the question becomes, look, we can talk about who knew what and when, but let me start with this. How far down the chain of command do you have to go before you find somebody who actually knew what the heck was going on and was actually engaged in the investigation, or at least finding out somebody in charge of how far is it relegated to sergeants, lieutenants, captains, majors? How far down the chain do we go before we actually have somebody who's responsible for overseeing the investigation, or at least being aware of what's going on?
Well, I can tell you what the chain of command would be in the Bureau of Investigation, and that would be you have troopers who are detectives, you have a sergeant over them. This is in each field office. You have a sergeant that's over them, and then you'll have a narcotics section and some other section, and you have a lieutenant who's over all those sections, and then you would have a captain of the Bureau of Investigation who is over basically a region area. And then you have a major who is over investigations for the state, and a lieutenant colonel who's over all investigations.
Well, I guess going back again to the question, in the investigation of Ronald Greene's death, the follow-up investigations, the internal investigation, the criminal investigation, whatever we want to call it, what was the highest level that was actively engaged, or do you know? I mean, was it turned over to a sergeant, or was there a lieutenant looking over his shoulder, or a captain looking over his shoulder? Do you know how far down it goes before somebody was participating in active?
I would say the active participant in the investigation would be the trooper, and probably coordinating with the sergeant. And I'm sure the lieutenant is overseeing the matter, but
yeah, and look, I think the problem for me right now is not necessarily that somebody knew something that they didn't say, which could have happened. There may have been, I mean, we don't know that. We're seeking information.
yes, sir.
So there may have been a concealment information, but it seems to some degree there was just indifference to what was going on. And look, that's top down. The governor he got the text message, but he didn't ask you for further details, and it keeps going further and further down the chain, such that the only guy who seemed to be actively engaged might have been a lieutenant. I wonder if that's, and look, you grew up as a trooper, and I know that, you know, in order to be the colonel, late lieutenant colonel of the state police, you have to come from their ranks. So each of you learned from your predecessor. But I don't know that it's the best case scenario when the head of the agency is a little bit detached from something so serious as a death of an individual that may or may not have been the result of improper actions by people under your command. I don't know that it's and we've already had testimony. Well, it was important to hear from Jimmy LeBlanc is that Jimmy LeBlanc said, I may be, Title 15 may say I'm in charge, but the governor is. Did he know about it, or did he care to know about it? And the last question, I'll probably come back some point in time, but did you ever see public media or hear public statements that didn't look like they jive with the facts? And if so, what corrective actions were made? Did you reach out and say, I'm not sure that's an accurate statement? Not that it was a lie, but I don't know that it's a accurate depiction of what took place.
If I could go back to
that's a lot of questions.
It was a lot of questions,
right.
So I'm gonna.
I'll lean back.
I'm gonna look in state police. We have processes that we follow, and state police has always been a reputable organization made up of good men and women who are highly trained, work very closely with our sheriff's officers and our city policemen, who also have the same caliber of men and women that work for them. We have processes identified that are used in investigations. Those processes, to my knowledge, were followed. We followed our processes. The event is investigated by a trooper. The trooper gathers evidence. Sometimes other troopers it's a team effort. Sometimes other troopers in the office assist with the investigation. At some point, you've worked cases before. You're waiting on lab evidence to come back, autopsies. At some point, you get everything back, and you write a report. That report that is written by the detective, the assigned investigative detective, that report would be submitted to his sergeant. The sergeant would review it. The report would be submitted to his lieutenant. The lieutenant would review it. The report would be submitted to the captain of the Bureau of Investigation. They would review it. And then that report would be submitted to the major of the Bureau of Investigation. Now, at this point, at the major of the Bureau of Investigation and the lieutenant colonel above him, who would be the final reviewer of it, it's been vetted through quite a chain of command of what went on. Then the case is sent to the district attorney's office with all evidence. Now, that's the processes that we follow. I didn't have any reason to believe that those processes weren't followed. I understand how it would look that I was disengaged, Jimmy LeBlanc was disengaged, or the governor was disengaged. Jimmy LeBlanc wasn't. We didn't confer. He signed timesheets. He's on paper as my supervisor. I answered directly to the governor. We had incidents where we had officer-involved shootings involving state troopers. I let the Bureau of Investigation investigate those incidents and coordinate with the district attorney's office. I would send the governor a text, much the same as I did that morning. Hey, we were involved in an officer-involved shooting at this location here. I would give the status of who we were involved in and I would give the status of the troopers' well-being in that also. And that would be it. And then I would trust that our Bureau of Investigation is following the investigative processes that we have in place and we have done for years. I have that trust in those employees.
Okay. Well, again, I think it's, every agency operates differently. I think that, we're talking about top down or bottom up. It seemed like it was more, okay, you gave an assignment and then you sit back and wait. But I know these are agency personalities, I guess you'd say. I know that most of the local ladies, I will give an example. I doubt if the chief of Baton Rouge City Police had a similar incident happen with his police officers, I'm pretty sure the mayor would be daily getting a briefing, and he would daily be getting a briefing. I know that it's a different culture, but we're here to collect facts, so we'll continue to do that. I think we need to make sure that we understand everything there is to know about it, and then we'll draw some conclusions. I am surprised that the top wasn't briefed often. That you guys were just we waited for the trooper to report to the sergeant, to the lieutenant, to the captain, and nobody was like, okay, let me know where we're at today. That is a little shocking, quite frankly, that there was nobody was saying, I have to know. I want to know what's going on in my department. And I think other incidents. Let's change gears just a second. Is this typically, were there other big incidents that happened under your watch while you were commander? And it could not necessarily a trooper involved incident, but other things. I'm sure there were. I just don't recall what they were. And the question I'm getting to is, was there always sort of a detachment? I mean, were you ever asked, okay, I need a briefing on this. I need to know everything there is to know about it because it's all over the news. Tell me exactly. I want to know in detail everything you have. Were you ever sent out with a question? I can't answer that, sir. Let me go find out. Let me make sure. And again, I go back to this incident. It seemed like it's an isolated incident where there was just no interest in engaging and being very interested in the case.
I don't believe that that's accurate to say there was no interest in engaging. I believe that a more accurate statement would be where we were letting the case run through the normal process that it would without any influence or interference, and allowing the district attorney to make their judgments. We openly turned the case over to the federal authorities.
I know you did.
There was no question about that.
Yeah, this is kind of a policy question. This is about what did the governor care enough to ask you, and were you engaged to ask somebody else, or were the policies just such that we'll sit back and wait and
yes, sir. And let me be clear. And I told you a minute ago that I got a brief in a Monday morning report on what the initial autopsy findings were, and then of course I later on I would get, hey, we submitted the report to the district attorney's office, and so to say that we were totally disengaged is not an accurate statement.
Well, and listen, the autopsy report. The conclusions of the pathologist are going to be largely driven by the information that he has, as well as the physical evidences he sees on a body. I'm not the doctor, but I've been around a few of these. So if you have somebody, that the autopsy is being performed on, and the report is he jumped off of a building, or the report is, he was hit by a truck. The injuries may be much the same, but the pathologist is going to rely on the information that you provide as to what happened in order to help draw his conclusion about the cause of death. So, to jump off the building, he might, looking at the same body, if he said he jumped off the building, he may say suicide. If he said hit by a truck, horrible traffic accident. So it's not just the physical evidence, it's the statements. So the conclusions drawn by the pathologist are going to be based largely on how much knowledge he had about the incident, totally from A to Z. If he was provided with incomplete information, he will draw a conclusion that may not be as accurate if he's provided complete information. I think that's another question that we need to pursue, perhaps with the autopsy, the pathologist. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bachler. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll be brief because I know we're nearing the time that we have to go on the floor. And Representative Bachler did touch on some of my questions because you said, quote, the case proceeded through the regular channels. And I think you sort of articulated what those channels were. Forgive me, I'm not a lawyer, and my background is not in law enforcement. So once the investigation was complete, did you receive a report? What happens after your subordinates completes their investigation?
Once they complete their investigation, as I said, it goes through the chain of command up to the lieutenant colonel over investigations, and then the report is approved, and it is sent to the district attorney for their consideration on the matter. And the detectives, now they have been that I'm assuming, and this would be a question for the detectives have been coordinating with the district attorney throughout this process on different things with the case. They submit the case, and then I'm sure they followed up with him to ask him if he needed any additional information.
Mm-hmm. And you know what, Colonel, first of all, let me backtrack. How many years did you work for state police? How many years were you employed by state police?
31 and a half.
And out of those 31 and a half, how many were you the superintendent?
30 and a half, I'm sorry. 3.5 years.
3.5, okay. You know, with all due respect, and look, I really sincerely appreciate your service. And certainly the women and men who put on that uniform every day. But you do have to realize, I tell you, I cringed just sitting here, constantly hearing you say, well, I didn't read this and I didn't read that. And it does seem like, whether that was your intent or not, it seems like you were just grossly disengaged. Look, in a former life, I worked for a governor, I worked for a United States senator, a mayor, and 2 university system presidents. And I think there's ways to be engaged without infringing upon an investigation. And I guess I'm just baffled. I mean, along the way, you didn't just say, hey, what's the status of this investigation? Once Mr. Greene was murdered, you just...
Excuse me 1 second. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you used the term murdered.
Yeah,
nothing has been decided on Mr. Greene being murdered.
Well, once he was allegedly murdered. You just took a hands-off approach and said, I'll let the investigation take its course.
No, sir.
And in my opinion, he was murdered. And let me just preface by saying that's my opinion. Okay? Thank you. You just took a hands-off approach at that point.
No, sir. We didn't take a hands-off approach.
No, you specifically. Not.
Understand this, and let me make this very clear. Mm-hmm. I am ultimately responsible for the tenure that I was at Louisiana State Police for everything that happened. Mm-hmm. I am not in any way trying to shuck that off on anybody. I am the colonel of the state police for that period, and I am responsible. Now, I trust in our processes and I trust in our people, and I've said this since I became superintendent of state police. We are going to trust our people until they give us a reason not to trust them. And I believe that every organization should run that way. We should not constantly be looking for someone to do something wrong. We should be encouraging our employees to do things right. But when the occasion arises that someone has done something wrong or our processes have gone wrong, then we should address it and we should change it and always be willing to make processes better. But at this period of time, our processes were working. To say that I was just disengaged is not the case. As I told you, I was getting brief updates, marks along the way, but I was not asking for specifics as to what was going on in the investigation.
And as you were getting those updates, you were not updating the governor. The governor didn't want to be updated.
I was not.
Okay.
I was not.
My final question, and I'll yield. I know you're no longer at state police, but in hindsight, is there anything you would have done differently, or do you feel that the process just worked perfectly from your perspective?
Well, obviously, that's hard to say. I'll let y'all. That's why I'm here, is because y'all are conducting what is an objective look at this, and I'm gonna say that I'm gonna be looking for an objective look at this when it comes out. And see what y'all develop. And it's just hard to say right now. I'll let the new superintendent, Colonel Lamar Davis, he's looking at the processes of state police, and he's making his own decisions as a superintendent. I don't want to undermine that.
Well, thank you for punting on that question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. And I think we've danced around this question a little bit. I just want to get clarity. How often did somebody die in state police's custody while you were superintendent?
We had... I don't have the exact number. There was several occasions where we were involved in officer-involved shootings, and then of course the in custody death of Mr. Greene. So, and no, in any of the instances, I did not take any more active role in those.
No, I was just curious what the total number was. How often of an occurrence that actually is.
Our troopers are. We have. And I don't have the numbers with me right now. I had them when I was a superintendent, but if you can only imagine how many troopers are out there at any one time, and how many interactions we're having with the public in any one day or night, and
But interactions are different than custody, though.
99% of them are, well, we're taking people into custody
Sure.
every day. 99% of them are interactions that come out with a good outcome and cooperative individuals. And you know, unfortunately, every once in a while, our job is enforcement. And unfortunately, we have to participate in that.
And just, I'm trying to establish a baseline so I understand your processes. How, in a given random week, how often were you communicating with the governor or the governor's office about state trooper matters?
That'd be hard to say. I mean, we might have a week that, like I said, my interactions with the governor, he's a very busy man, and I'm one small cog in a big wheel.
That's why I said governor's office, because I know that you're not always going to get the chief.
I understand. You know, it'd be hard to say, depending on what's going on at the time. You know, I mean, if we're having a hurricane, then we're working together hand in hand every day. You got to know, in 2020, I mean, we came out of Mardi Gras and COVID hit. And so we're at the EOC every day, you know, 14, 16-hour days working hand in hand together on COVID. And then you have 6 named storms that hit Louisiana following that. So we're together quite a bit. And, you know, our interactions might not always be about work.
Sure.
So,
I mean,
you know,
I guess,
so
but
I
how
don't know
much?
I don't know if I'm answering your question or not.
I guess
I'm not trying to
let's take out the COVID scenario. I'm just saying, like on a regular baseline week when you're just, you know, there's no huge incidents, but there's a bunch of minor stuff. What is the flow of information between you and the governor's office?
We may go weeks without talking. We may go a week without talking. We may talk 3 or 4 times in 1 week, and then we may go a week or 2 without anything for us to talk about.
Sure. All right. Thank you for that. Representative Jordan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good to see you again, Colonel Reeves. It threw me off a little bit with the beard there.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I certainly, like the others, want to thank you for your service, and I do thank State Police for their service. And I know during your tenure as Colonel, I had to call you on a couple of issues, and we're able to work through them rather quickly and efficiently. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
That being said, though, I got to tell you, I'm like some of the others. I'm going to use the word disappointed. I'm a little disappointed in the testimony, and I'll tell you why as I get towards some of these questions. One, you know, I understand that law enforcement, you know, they have to make split-second decisions, that they protect the public, and they do all those things. But it's almost like we use that sort of as a preface to not hold them accountable, to have some lack of accountability. And so I would tell you, for me, I'm not here trying to just looking for someone who is doing wrong. But I am, as I made a commitment to my colleagues here, and I've made a commitment to Ms. Hardin, who's in the back, that we are going to try to hold officers accountable if it's justified. And in this matter, I think it is, because I've seen the video just like you've seen the video, and so I've had some issues. So let me start with a little bit of you talked about that there was not a cover-up. Now, before you discipline an officer, what do you review, you personally, or what did you review when you were Colonel of State Police?
We review the information provided to us by the Internal Affairs section.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If somebody turned off their body camera when encountering a subject, would that lead you maybe to speculate that one of the possibilities is the officer's trying to cover something up?
I would say that I'd have to find out the reason they turned their body camera off.
But that'd be a reasonable speculation or a reasonable
It'd
conclusion.
be one. Yes.
One, right. So I know you handed discipline to Officer York, did you not?
I did.
In reference to this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was for him shutting off his body camera, correct?
A portion of it, yes, sir.
Portion of it, that's right. And I think you suspended him for 40 or 50 hours?
50, I believe.
50 hours. And if I wanted to conclude that maybe he turned it off because he was trying to cover something up, would you disagree with that?
I don't believe that he turned it off because he was trying to cover something up. No, sir, I don't.
All
But
right.
I understand where you would say that.
All right.
I could believe that.
All right. And so you knew that going in, but you stand by your statement that there was no cover up.
I do not believe that there was a cover-up of the investigation of Mr. Greene's death.
So let me ask you then, to the I guess to the amount that you can talk about it. So why do you think he turned his body camera off for a portion?
I don't know. He'd have to answer that question.
So you didn't ask that before you handed down discipline?
Internal Affairs provided us with a report. I do not remember. We're talking, almost 2 years ago now. I don't remember the details of the report. If I was given the opportunity to refresh my memory, I could look at it.
Well, but I'm just saying, who ultimately decides the punishment?
I do.
Okay. And so you gather some facts before you decide that punishment, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Presented to us in a disciplinary review committee.
That's right. Does somebody make a recommendation to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you always have to follow that recommendation?
No, sir.
All right. So it's ultimately your decision.
Yes, sir. I said that.
All right. So well, no, I'm just trying to make sure, because again, here's the disappointing part. So you're telling me that you knew he shut off his body camera. You don't necessarily think it's a cover up. I'm asking you, why did he turn it off? And you're saying you'd have to ask him. So I'm assuming if I had to ask him, that you didn't ask him.
The question was asked to him in an interview with Internal Affairs. I did not come here today prepared of having reviewed the Internal Affairs report to be able to accurately speak on that topic.
Okay. But you think 50 hours was justified in your mind?
That was what we decided, yes.
All right. Now, you made another comment. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to York. Just before I leave. When you suspended him, did you know that he held Mr. Greene down and that he dragged him by his stomach, dragged him while he was on his stomach by his shackles, placed on his ankles?
So you kind of place me in a position here of something that Trooper York is under investigation for by the federal government. For me to comment on really is in a bad position for me and Trooper York. As a lawyer, I
mean, look,
that.
I understand that, and if you don't want to answer it, fine. But I'm not here to protect Trooper York, though.
I'm not
so
trying
that's
to
not
protect Trooper York. I'm trying to protect the integrity of that investigation.
okay. Well, look, I mean, the video clearly shows that. I mean, I've seen the video, so it's not like I'm saying something that's mysterious or unknown. The video clearly says it. I mean, shows it. So, but if you don't want to comment, that's fine. The other thing is this. You said that, and I'm going to go back to the chairman's, one of his statements. You made the comment that the video was awful but lawful, or something to that effect. You still believe that's a correct statement?
I believe the video was awful. Yes, I do.
But was it lawful?
That's to be decided. There's agencies that are looking at that. The district attorney has not brought anything to a grand jury. The federal government right now is going through their processes. We'll let them.
Well,
our investigators turned in a completed report to the district attorney.
Let
The
me
district
ask-
attorney is we're now waiting on the district attorney to make a decision on what he's going to do moving forward or not do.
I understand that, but I think to the extent that we can at this point, because we know that Officer Hollingsworth, unfortunately, cannot be prosecuted at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
But so we can speculate on whether his conduct was unlawful. I mean, he was being fired from state police. He was going to be arrested, as I appreciate it. So, and to the extent that a determination could be made, I think one had been made.
I made a determination to terminate his employment from state police. I wasn't, to my knowledge, advised that he was about to be arrested. I think the district attorney was reviewing the case, as he still is.
Okay.
But
So
I
even-
made the decision that he was not going to be a state trooper.
All right. So it might have been awful but lawful, but a violation of policy.
It was a violation of policy.
Okay. I would submit that it was unlawful, but okay. Did you ever stop anyone from issuing, or let's be more specific. Did you ever prevent Albert Paxson from issuing a warrant of arrest for Trooper Hollingsworth?
No, sir.
So if he said that you did, you would rebut that statement. You would refute it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask this: what prior to becoming superintendent, did you ever work? Well, I assume you did. What troop did you work in?
I worked in Monroe.
What troop would that
Troop
be?
F.
All right. What troop did the Ronald Greene incident happen in?
Troop F.
All right. How about Bob Brown? What troop did he work in?
He worked a majority of his career in the Bureau of Investigation, and he worked at Troop F for a period.
Troop F. All right. Was Bob Brown promoted under your tenure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To what position?
I believe he was promoted to Major and Chief of Staff.
All right. So he got some pretty high promotions under your tenure.
He did.
All right. During your tenure, did you ever receive any communications from African American troopers, or let's say in particular, because I see him right over there, from Carl Cavalier, that talked about issues of race relations within state police during your tenure?
I don't remember directly receiving any from him directly to me.
All right. So I have a letter. Again, I got my notes on it too, but that was certainly, you have it listed as it was sent to you, that talked about some of these issues. But if you're telling me you never received
No,
it.
I said I never received one directly, to me, dear
Okay.
Colonel Reeves.
Okay. Were you aware of African American troopers expressing some issues with race relations within state police?
Well, I was aware that, and I wasn't aware that former Trooper Carl Cavalier was the author of those letters.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about one that. Well, okay. It might say Black State Troopers, Louisiana Black State Police Troopers. Yeah.
I may have gotten that.
Okay. Let me ask you. Let's go back to Brown. Before you promote someone, do you review their personnel file?
Oftentimes.
All right. Did you review his?
I did not no, sir. I did not.
Any particular reason why you did not?
I had worked with him for a long time.
All right. So if you had worked with him for a long time, were you aware of his feelings toward African Americans and African American troopers in particular?
I don't have any information that he has any ill feelings towards any troopers.
Oh, well. So if his personnel records showed that he was disciplined for making negative comments, racist comments about African American troopers, then you're saying you were totally unaware of that?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I'm not aware that he has any ill feelings towards any troopers.
Okay. Again, you see why I can say that this is so disappointing, because I mean, it's public what his feelings were and what he's been disciplined for within state police. Some of the words, the racist language that he's used toward African American troopers. Now, whether you say that the language causes ill feelings, I'm not going to get into those semantics with you. But have you ever heard him use the N-word in your presence?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall.
No, sir. Not that I recall.
All right. Well,
No.
he certainly he seemed like when he was talking in his discipline proceeding that he said it enough that he was comfortable with it and said he might have. So if you've known him for a long time, I'd be surprised. So, Colonel, let me
You're
just
going back how many years here?
Yeah, but Colonel, here's the deal. You've had somebody that dealt with EEO that has been known to make racist comments and posts. Your number 2 at one point has already been disciplined for making racist comments and posts. They came from Troop F. You came from Troop F. This incident happened in Troop F. Kerry York was in Troop F. All these things happen, and you want all these people up here to believe that just out of coincidence that this thing didn't go anywhere. Now, I will tell you, that frustrates me as much as Mr. Unglesby frustrated the Chairman McGee. Because let me tell you something. Ronald Greene was a 49-year-old black man. Ronald Greene was no different from me. If Ronald Greene was alive today, Ronald Greene and I would be approximately the same age. And you want us to sit here and believe, and this, look, I don't believe in grandstanding or anything like that. So if, I wish the cameras, they could turn them off of me, because I really don't care about that. What I do care is holding these people accountable that killed this man, that, as Representative Hughes said, murdered this man, executed this man. You cannot tell me that a man gets stopped 2 seconds after he stopped, gets tased, shortly thereafter gets beaten with a flashlight in his head, and you tell me that that's okay. I cannot accept that. I never will accept that. And for you to sit here and to use this plausible deniability and sort of try to play these word games, it's just, that's unacceptable. I mean, it really is disappointing that a former colonel of state police would sit here in a committee under oath and just do these things. Look, did you ever say that this case wasn't as bad as it looked? Did you ever make those comments to anybody?
I don't recall if I made those comments or not. You're asking me to recall stuff from 3 years ago.
Okay.
And look, we made the decisions that we made were based on the facts and information that were available to us at the time. I understand your frustration. I do. But you have to understand the position we were in. We were making decisions based on facts and information at the time. You want me to answer stuff, and I'm answerable to stuff up to October 30th of 2020. After that, I'm not the superintendent anymore. Now, what I knew about the case up to that point is the information that I'm providing you. I've watched the media since. I have had little to no contact with personnel in state police of inquiring about where this case is at or what's going on with it. It's not my case. It's not my responsibility anymore.
And I get that, but look, it's hard for me to believe that if Ronald Greene was a 49-year-old white man who died in the hands of state police custody, that you would not have been more engaged, that you would not have had more information. And you may tell me, hey, you know what, Edmund, you're totally wrong. I would have, my steps would have been the same. I don't know. If that's the case, that's the case. But again, it's hard for me to believe that.
I will tell you that anytime we were involved with any kind of loss of life, it didn't matter to me the race, the sex, or the nationality of the person that lost their lives. Anytime state police, whether directly or indirectly, is associated with a loss of life, it takes a little piece of all of us. And that goes for every state trooper, every law enforcement officer, and every city policeman that works. I've worked in many a fatality. And you walk by that body, and you stop, and you say a little prayer for their family who's left over. I would have done none the less for Ronald Greene or anyone else had I been on that scene, regardless of circumstances. So for you to sit here and tell me that I'm going to differentiate between an African-American man and a white man, or a male and a female, as to how I feel about their death, you don't have the right to make that decision about me. I care about every life.
Let me say this. I do have the right to say that you should have been more engaged.
I've devoted my life to saving lives.
Let me say this.
Let's take it down. I know that I'm the poorest messenger of not being frustrated and being angry. So,
I get that. I get that.
Take it down a notch and not make it quite so personal and more questions.
Well, look. No, let me say this. No, I'm not after his personal
Sure, I know. I'm just trying to take the tone down a
reputation.
little bit.
But I am critiquing his professional
I understand.
reputation.
It's a fair question. I'm not
So,
asking.
so I'm not, again, I think I prefaced this in saying in the times that I've called him that we've worked well together. Believe me, this is not personal against you. I personally, like I said, I came in here, I on a personal level, I like you. On a personal level, I think we worked well together on a few instances that we had to. That's not the case. That's not what I'm talking about. So let me be very clear about that. What I am saying though is that whether it's implicit bias or whatever you want to attribute it to, I'm not here to say what it is, but what I am going to say is there was a level of disengagement that's disappointing. Now I attribute it to one thing. You disagree with that? That's your right. If you say you wouldn't have done it any differently, that's okay. To answer the chairman's question, I can tell you, I asked how many deaths they've had since 2016 in the custody of state police. Fortunately, or unfortunately for those two people, they couldn't go back as far as past 20. There was one death in 2021. There was one in 20. So it's not a common occurrence. For me, something that is so uncommon, one would think that more attention would be placed on it. And to hear that there wasn't, that's disappointing.
I would hope that someone would think that whether a law enforcement officer is involved in a crime or a crime occurs somewhere else involving someone who is not a law enforcement officer, that those cases would be treated with the same fairness, the same gathering of evidence, the same securing of facts, regardless of who's involved, and that the process would be the same across the board for everybody involved, because every life's important, and therefore they should all be treated the same, and the process should be the same when dealing with the criminal matter, the investigation into it, the turning over to the district attorney's office, and awaiting the outcome of what the district attorney's decided to do.
Well, look, let me say that's a utopia, and I can give you evidence that shows that's not the case. So if you want to dispute why I take my position, I can give you evidence that shows why I take my position. Now, it may not be specifically related to you, but I can certainly show you evidence that shows otherwise.
Understand, Representative Jordan, I am not disputing why you feel the way you feel and the evidence that you have. What I am saying to you is you shouldn't be telling me the way I feel and the reasons that we make the decisions that we make. And so I respect you for your decisions. I respect you for the way you feel.
And look,
I don't think it's right for you to sit here and tell me that I would do something different based on the race of somebody. I never, to my knowledge, I never had any issues with African Americans under our command. I promoted a lot of them because they were duly deserving of a job. I have the utmost respect for them.
And look, and to the extent that you took it personally, I'll withdraw and apologize on that issue. However, look, if you're saying you knew Bob Brown as long as you have, and you're saying you can't recall him using racist language towards you, I'm going to just tell you, I find that a little bit unbelievable.
I accept your apology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. I appreciate everybody's really passionate about it, and it's part of the process. But I'm just asking members to try and be as calm as we possibly can under the circumstances. Representative Villio has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Colonel Reeves.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
First, let me say this. Anyone who knows me, I'm a former prosecutor, criminal justice director. I'm a lawyer who defends law enforcement and civil rights actions every day. I dare say there is no one who is more supportive of the fine, honest men and women in law enforcement than I am. With that said, Colonel, you said that you trust in the process. And I'm kind of a theme person, when I hear something like that. So now my theme is the process. And you've distanced yourself from the investigative process of Ronald Greene. What was Lieutenant Colonel Doug Kane's role in the process?
Lieutenant Colonel Doug Kane was my executive officer. He was an aide to me. He did not have any part in the decision-making process on any of the cases. And you were specific a minute ago that I had distanced myself from the process of Ronald Greene. I distanced myself from the process of all investigations.
We'll get there.
Okay.
What was Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel's role in the process?
Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel was the chief of staff of the department at the time. He ran the day-to-day operations of the organization.
So was the process to destroy public records?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about who was the commander of technology services when Triette Lee wiped clean Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel's phone?
I don't remember who the captain was of that, and you'll have to ask Mike Noel about his phone.
If I suggested to you that it was then Captain Lamar Davis, would you think that could be a possibility?
Yes, that would be, yes. We changed the name of the unit to the business unit, so
Okay.
that's what threw me. I apologize.
No problem. And then same question relative to Kane's phone. Who was the commander in charge of then technology services when Triette Lee wiped clean Kane's phone?
The business unit would be it was then Captain Lamar Davis.
Correct. That's my understanding as well. Thank you. And then what about when your phone was wiped clean?
Yes, ma'am. Same answer.
Okay. And when was your phone wiped clean?
Honestly, I'm glad we got to this because I don't really recall when my phone was wiped clean. I didn't make a notation of it. It wasn't a momentous event for me. This has been so misconstrued. There was no effort to get rid of anything on the phone except there's no text. We rarely use the phone. And I use the example that I went for a period of 3 weeks that I put that phone on charge on the nightstand. I took it off. I put it in the car, brought it to work, set it on my desk, did everything I had to do that day, took the phone, came back, plugged it in to recharge it, even though it didn't need a charge. It's my habit to charge the phone every night. Went through this, honestly, for a 3-week period of time. Never got one phone call, never got one text message on that phone. You get tired of carrying 2 phones when no one is using it. So to say that we destroyed information on a phone intentionally to affect an investigation is not an accurate statement.
I didn't say that, but it does lead me to a very interesting point, since you just said, so you carried 2 phones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so one, I assume, was a personal phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And then one was a state phone, issued
Yes,
phone.
ma'am.
And the text to the governor on May 10th, 2019, was that from your personal phone or was that from the state issued phone?
Personal.
All right. And so has that phone been wiped clean?
That phone is, I have a new phone.
Okay. And so when you got a new phone, did you transfer all of the information from that phone to the new phone?
I was told that would be almost impossible because the phone got crushed.
So the answer is no.
And the answer is no.
Now, Lieutenant Mike Noel's phone and Lieutenant Colonel Doug Kane's phone, why were those phones wiped clean?
You'll have to ask them. I'm sure they were to be turned in. That's the phones for us. I didn't have a phone before I became superintendent, a state phone. So everyone has my other number. And so when I got the state phone, that probably leads to why nobody used it. So my communications with the governor were through that phone. As far as Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel, you would have to ask him, but there was no coordinated effort here to get rid of anything. There was nothing on them.
Were you aware of a retention schedule in state police for the retention of public records?
I am aware that there is a retention schedule.
And were you aware back then that there was a retention schedule?
I wasn't aware on the phone. It's like I say, there was nothing that I know of that was on the phone.
Well, are you aware that the any communications you had regarding state police business on your personal phone is also subject to public record?
I'm sorry.
Are you aware that any state police business on your personal phone would also be considered a public record, which would follow that retention schedule?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware of that.
Now, you knew on May 10th, 2019, that there was force used in connection with the arrest of Ronald Greene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, in your text to the governor, you referred to a violent struggle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you didn't conduct the investigation into the Greene incident, which you've made clear that you distanced yourself from, how soon after the in-custody death of Ronald Greene did your command staff ask and review the camera footage from either the cars or the body-worn cameras?
Probably, and I don't have the dates in front of me.
Sure.
Sometime in May.
Sometime the same month.
Sometime the same month, we reviewed 3 videos, 2 of which basically didn't have anything on them because they were Trooper Hollingsworth videos. They were the showing of him disabling his camera. And then the third one was Trooper Dakota DeMoss's video.
Now, you use the term we, and I've noticed you've done that a little bit. So sometimes you say you didn't know, you weren't involved, and then other times you use the term we. And in this case, you used the term we reviewed the footage. So
We
did
did.
you review? Were you part of the we
Yes.
that reviewed the footage in May?
We means we.
Okay. Now, did you have a disciplinary committee review meeting on that incident and that review?
On that incident and that review, we had a disciplinary review committee in 2020, in August of 2020, I believe, or September.
So you're telling me that you were aware that force was used in May 2019,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were part of the we that reviewed the footage
Yes, ma'am.
from the incident, and you did not have a disciplinary committee review of that incident at that time?
No, ma'am. There was no internal investigation at that time.
Okay.
I think that we need to, and this would probably be a good time to differentiate between criminal investigation and administrative investigation. We did not conduct administrative investigations if there was an ongoing criminal investigation going on for one of our employees. And the reason is that because during an administrative investigation, employees are compelled to speak. Well, while the criminal investigation is going on, it would not be respectful of their due process to compel them to speak on a matter that they may not be speaking on through counsel of what we're investigating.
So did you tell me you had that review committee in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And had any of those factors you just explained changed?
In 2020?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. The district attorney had notified me that he was not going to move forward with the case.
Was that before or after you flew him?
Before.
And that was before.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were aware that state police had full deployment of cameras, body cams, for the state police, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, there was a press conference, I believe in 2016, about state police, Louisiana State Police, being the first department in the country to do that. Are you aware of that?
I believe I saw the conference, yes.
And part of the conference talked about the importance of transparency and accountability. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you reviewed in May 2019, when you were part of the we that reviewed the camera footage, how many camera footages did y'all review on that day? From how many of the law enforcement officers that were on the scene?
We reviewed one.
One.
We had 3, but 2 of them were just Trooper Hollingsworth taking his cameras down and his body camera down, and then we reviewed 1 from Trooper Dakota DeMoss.
What about Lieutenant Clary's?
The one that we were reviewing was of the pursuit and of the incident that followed immediately following the pursuit. I don't know that all the videos had been vetted by this point.
Well, if you wanted transparency and accountability, wouldn't you have known how many officers were on the scene and had body cams on, and how many vehicles had dash cams? And wouldn't you want to count and know that you reviewed all of them if you were interested in transparency and accountability?
Well, ma'am, I would hope that our detectives would be taking names and call sign numbers of all the troopers that are on the scene, and then I would hope that our detectives would go back and do their due diligence to look at the Axon camera system and the cloud in which all our videos are held in, and I would hope that we would do a query of who was on scene that night and whatever videos were available that night, and that they would secure those videos for review.
But since you only had, and I'm not suggesting that only 2 is a good thing, because 1 is too many. But since we've talked about 2, I believe, in custody deaths over the past several years, you, as part of the we, didn't want to know everything that happened that night?
Ma'am, sure, I was waiting. We were doing a process of investigations as a former prosecutor, or current prosecutor. I'm sure didn't understand. Former prosecutor. I'm sure you can appreciate that an investigation of this caliber takes a period of time to sort out the facts of what do we have really and what do we not have really. And you know, when you start, first information is not always the best information that you get, not always the truest information that you get. And so we want to allow our detectives the opportunity to vet through the information, secure the facts, and secure the evidence.
Colonel, are you telling me that today is the first day that you have heard that Lieutenant Clary's video was buried? Is it today the first day you've heard that?
No, ma'am, it's not the first day I've heard it. It's been reported on widely.
Okay. Okay,
But what do you mean by buried?
Well, I think you understand what I mean by buried, but if you want me to say that it was mislabeled and difficult to find, I'll be happy to do that for you and say it was mislabeled and difficult to find, i.e. buried. Now, when we talk about following the process, is it correct to say that the use of force expert, your use of force expert, Scott Davis, believed that there was excessive force used?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not with conversations with me.
Okay. With conversations with whom is your understanding that the use of force expert, Scott Davis, believed that the force was excessive?
Ma'am, you'll have to ask Trooper Scott Davis who he had those conversations with. I said not with me. I didn't have that conversation with him that he thought it was excessive.
No, sir. I'm asking you not with whom he had the conversations, but rather what is your understanding of the persons he told that to? Because I'm assuming it's not the first time you've heard that either. If I've heard that, I would assume as the superintendent in charge at the time of this incident, I would assume that you've heard that too. So my question is, who have you heard he told that to?
I have not heard he told that to anyone.
Okay. Let me ask you about the LSP desk log. The desk log classified Ronald Greene's death as fatal. Is that correct?
I never looked at the desk log.
Okay.
That's a desk log that's kept on a troop by troop basis, and I did not look at the desk log.
Okay. And just to be clear on the desk log, when it classifies a death as fatal, that means that the person died solely as a result of his injuries from the vehicle crash. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, again.
Is your understanding of the LSP desk log in which the classification is fatal? Is your understanding that that classification means that the individual died solely because of injuries received in a crash? Or is that not your understanding? I'm just asking for clarification.
I honestly wouldn't understand that. Is that what it is? If there's an incident that's listed on the desk log, it's not just crashes that are listed on the desk log. It's all incidents that state police are involved in, and they may be fatal.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'd like to, if you don't mind, I would like to go back and revisit the issue with the Clary video and the burying of the Clary video.
Sure.
It is my understanding that the Clary video was uploaded, that Trooper Clary did upload the video, and it was on the server. And it is still on the server, I would assume, because it's my understanding we don't get rid of them. We can't.
And I'm going to yield in a moment, but let me just ask you, Colonel, you had mentioned you were part of the disciplinary review committee, I believe in 2020 of
Yes,
this
ma'am.
incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Colonel, where's your journal, your written journal relative to that review committee?
My journal relative to the review committee. I don't have
Yes,
a
sir.
journal relative to the review committee.
Where's your journal from that day where you entered information relative to the review committee?
One moment.
Sure. It's up to, I'm not the chair. I don't mind.
You can talk to your attorney. I mean, I'm not trying to deny anybody the right to counsel or anything like that. You're just attorney had a.
If you can talk to her.
No, you can talk to her. That's.
My journal is my personal business, and I'm not here to discuss it.
Well, let me ask you this, Colonel, because actually notes that I write here, they're actually a public record too, and I would submit your journal is as well. But let me ask you this question, and your lawyer and I can agree to disagree on that. Let me ask you a question. When you sat in disciplinary review committees, correct me if I'm wrong, it's pretty widely known that you kept a written journal where you made many notations in order that you could discuss matters with the governor. Is it true that you kept your, what you refer to as your personal journal, where you made notes in significant cases like that, like the Ronald Greene incident? It is true that you kept a journal, is it not?
I had a notation with journal. Yes, I had a journal with notations with my personal thoughts in it, and some of the stuff that, yes, that we were discussing at the time. But it was not so I could discuss them with the governor.
Right. Okay. But you did take those notes contemporaneously with the committee reviewing matters. Is that correct?
Most times, not all times.
Thank you. I yield at this time.
Thank you, and I may have missed it. When did you see the John Clary video?
I believe I saw the John Clary video in October of 2020, maybe September.
Did you ask the follow-up question about why have I not been shown this video before now? Because you did review the other videos in May. Did you follow up with the question of like why there was another video that came out later to your attention?
I viewed one video in May, and I did not view all the videos that were available in May. I viewed one video in May, and no, I did not ask that question.
Okay, because it's my understanding the only one that really has sound is the Clary videos. Is that correct?
The one I reviewed in May had sound.
Okay, it's sound.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the one that gets turned off, correct?
Sorry?
Is that the one that gets turned off, or is it
It's of the incident from Trooper Dakota DeMoss.
And it shows the
it
whole
had a lot
video?
of sound in it.
Does it turn it? Does he turn it off at any point, or is he runs it the whole time?
I don't recall that,
Okay.
honestly.
And you asked some question. I do want to ask you a question before. Earlier you testified about terminating Chris Hollingsworth. Who made the decision to terminate Hollingsworth?
I did.
Did you do that in consultation with anybody?
In our disciplinary review committee, yes, sir.
When you terminate a trooper, do you notify the governor's office that you're going to terminate a trooper?
Probably so. Probably so. And I would say, yeah, probably so.
So you make the governor's office aware that you're going to terminate an officer, typically?
Probably so, yes, sir. For
And
the
you-
most part.
Did you communicate with the governor's office the termination of Chris Hollingsworth?
I'm sure I did.
And this is just from my own understanding of it, because I'm not state police. There's a criminal investigation. There's an internal investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Who makes the decision on whether you're going to do a criminal investigation or an internal investigation?
Well, in this case, the decision was made for us by what took place at the scene. I mean, we had to have an investigation by our criminal investigators to document what happened at the scene. But in many cases, it's different depending on what scenario it is. Internal Affairs may start an investigation and they come to a matter that they believe is criminal, and they will stop their investigation at that point and turn it over to the criminal investigative section, who will look at it and make a decision and then turn it back over to Internal Affairs.
But who makes the decision whether it's criminal or internal?
Well, that's going to be between the investigators there, their command structure, as to deciding, yeah, it's criminal, no, it's not.
I guess I'm trying to understand who's the command structure.
Well, I mean, each section has a commander, has a captain.
Right.
So you'd have the captain of internal affairs, you'd have a captain in the Bureau of Investigation, or a major or lieutenant colonel.
So when there's a competing interest, though, who is going to make the decision whether it's a criminal or internal, though?
Well,
somebody makes that decision, right?
Yes, I would say that internal affairs, in a case that they were looking at, would contact the Bureau of Investigation, and the Bureau of Investigation would look at the incident, whatever it is, and take a look at it and say, yeah, I believe this meets the standards for a criminal investigation, or we believe this is administrative.
Okay. And one of the big differences between criminal and internal is that really on a criminal investigation, the trooper or the officer doesn't have to answer the question, because he has a right to not answer a question constitutionally. And then the internal difference would be on an internal investigation, he has to answer the questions because he could get fired if he doesn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Representative Nelson has some questions.
Hey, Colonel. Thank you. First of all, let me say thanks for coming. I know you came voluntarily to subject yourself to this, so I think we can all say, we maybe get heated, but I think we appreciate that, and we appreciate you, working with us through this process. I just have a few questions for you. First of all, Representative Jordan had said that basically in 2021 and in 2020, there was one suspect that died in custody. Does that sound right to you? So about one per year?
I was superintendent from 2017 to 2020, so whatever happened in that time period, I can speak for what happened in 2021. I don't.
Yeah. So would you say, is it fair to say it's a rare occurrence?
It's not an everyday occurrence. No.
Okay. Perfect.
Thankfully.
So let's talk about when you first heard about the incident. You got some kind of brief that this happened, right?
I got it. Yeah, I probably got a text message or a phone call.
And so, based on that, what your initial information, did you think that Ronald Greene died in a car wreck, or do you think as a result of his injuries, or did you think there was something else involved?
At the time that I received the first inclination, I didn't have reason to believe one way or the other how Ronald Greene had passed away. I was just receiving information that there had been a chase, there had been a crash, and there had been a struggle, and that he had passed away. So it wasn't, hey, we think that he passed away one way or the other from, one cause or the other.
So I think in your text message to the governor, you said that it was a violent and prolonged struggle. Is that correct?
That's what I was told.
Yeah. So do you think that somebody, or is it in your opinion, do you think that somebody who receives fatal injuries in a car accident, do you think that they would be capable of a violent and prolonged struggle?
It depends.
Yeah.
It depends.
Okay. And what about right now? Do you think that Ronald Greene died a result of his injuries from the car crash? Is that your opinion now?
I believe that would definitely be a contributing factor.
Okay. And are you aware of the FBI's, the coroner report from the FBI commission that kind of refuted the car crash?
I haven't
theory?
seen it. No, sir. I have
Okay.
not. I'm not sure how you refute a car crash when there was a car crash.
Well, not the car crash, but as far as the car crash being the cause of death, I think the original coroner report, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, indicated that it was the result of the car crash. And the FBI, recommissioned, and they reviewed all the evidence and seemed to say that it was not the result of the car crash.
I can't speak to it. I haven't seen the new autopsy.
Okay. And so you mentioned in your statement, or you mentioned some in the questioning, that Louisiana State Police had issued a public statement the day of Ronald Greene's death. That's correct?
Yes, sir. That morning. That's what I'm.
And what did it say? Can I tried looking on the website. None of the press releases, I couldn't see what it is. Do you have any idea? Like, was it in line with what your text message to the governor said, or do you think it said something different?
I believe it was. Those are distributed through our public affairs section, but I do know that it was distributed out to the media.
Okay, and that was on the day of his death, correct?
That morning, yes, sir.
And so, are you aware of any other statements that they made in the court in the intervening time between, I guess, what maybe when the family saw the video, and what it was that like August or September of 2020? Was there any other statements that state police made, public statements that they made regarding Ronald Greene investigation?
Honestly, I don't remember if we did or not.
Do you approve any of those things, or does they just have somebody else that does it and sends it out? Do you review the wording or the statement or what state police is going to say?
I would not review any of the wording of a public statement that would be made of an incident that occurred on describing. We usually, and I guess state police still does, put out press releases on incidents that they're involved in close proximity to the incident. Those are worded by the public affairs section. The only ones that I would approve or edit would be ones that involve me saying them.
Yeah. Do you have, so where would those public statements be located? I looked on their state police website under their news and public notices, and I don't see any either for Troop F or for the state police in general that said, hey, would this happen? I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but is there some other way, Twitter or something like that says, hey, this is what happened? You don't know?
No.
Okay. So yeah, and do you, in the course of this process, were you aware of what was being told to the Greene family about how, I mean, I'm sure that they probably had questions they probably asked. Were you aware of what was being told to them?
No, sir.
No? Who makes the decision of what is being told to them? And that doesn't ever filter up to say, hey, this is probably something like this is an active investigation. Do you think that is the...
I would assume that would come from the investigating trooper.
Okay. And so they would be interacting directly. I mean, I can ask them as well, but they would be interacting directly with them.
You'd have to ask them who they're speaking to. That's who I would think.
And so Representative McGee kind of touched on this, but when you saw that first video, in May, and your opinion was still that he probably died in a car wreck when you watched that first video, or the car as a result of those injuries from the car wreck?
Well, I didn't know. I wanted everyone to do their job that was supposed to do their job, to be our investigators, to do the coroner, the forensic pathologist. We try to hesitate on making initial decisions on what has happened in an incident until we get all the facts, because a lot of times, and as I said before, I believe when I was addressing someone else, a lot of the times, a majority of the time, the first information you get on a scene or from a scene is not always accurate information. So you need to let things kind of vet out and see exactly where they fall out.
I mean, I can agree with you, but I think the video is accurate. I mean, we can agree the video is accurate information, right? Like, you watch the video, you see what's happening. I mean, it just is what it is. And so you can make a judgment based on that, correct?
Right. Well, you see the video, and the video is a one-dimensional view. You're seeing it from a certain perspective, but you're not seeing the whole perspective. I think we could agree on that from the videos that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it strikes me that you only watched one video, and that nobody in leadership, nobody in the whole chain of command really watched, knowing that there were multiple troopers on the scene, right? I mean, the first thing that I would say is, if I watched one video, I would say, well, where's the other four videos, right? And the fact that Clary's video did exist and it was available at the time and nobody watched it, that seems kind of suspect to me. I mean, can you see where that comes from?
I can see where it comes from, but we depend on our investigators to view all the evidence, and they're the ones that should be viewing this. They have to write a report on this and submit it to the district attorney. And I don't know how many times to say that we trust our investigators that they're going to gather the facts and the evidence that they need to gather in order to make a conclusion about what happened in an incident.
Yeah, but you watched one video. So,
I did.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't really make sense to me that you at least, I know you can trust your investigators, that's true. And I think there's a difference between the investigation and interfering with, possible criminal matter, disciplinary matters, that thing, and just knowing what's going on in your department, right?
Right.
And so to the extent that you just needed to know what was going on in your department, me personally would say, hey, look, if I saw one video, I'd want to see all videos just so that if I'm advising the governor or I'm talking about it to the media or anything else, that I at least know all the information objectively so that I can make a decision based on that so I don't say anything incorrect. I think that when we're talking about the multiple perspectives, those obviously that one video is only one perspective, and you have 4 other cameras plus the dash cams that might do that. So I feel like, to some extent, like my colleagues have said, it seems like we're kind of putting on blinders and saying, well, we looked at one video, it didn't really show us anything conclusive, and so we're going to keep going. Let's see. So the other thing is that when you text the governor, you took the governor's office and you told him, lengthy, prolonged struggle. Is it normal practice for the governor to, this is something, like we said, it happens once per year, essentially. Is it normal practice for the governor's office to never ask for a detailed briefing about this? Because you said that the only detailed briefing you ever gave was over a year after the incident actually happened. And so is it normal practice that when, a death in custody or something of that severity, that we wait 14 months, 16 months before the governor's office ever gets a detailed briefing on it?
Yes.
That's normal?
Yes.
And is that normal with every governor, or is that just this governor?
I only worked for this governor.
No, you only worked for this
as a
governor?
superintendent.
Okay. And so do you think that is a best practice as far as a chain of command? So you get a text message one day, and it's not till 14 or 16 months later that we actually find out any details about what happened?
Well, I think that the governor, I would be careful to characterize him as being disengaged also, because I think that the governor trusted that the Louisiana State Police, the employees of the Louisiana State Police, were going to do their job and were going to investigate this matter thoroughly. The governor has a saying, and always has a saying, that just do the right thing. And that's would be his guidance in most things. And I've heard him say it to not just me, but many cabinet heads when they'd brief him on something. Hey, we got this going on, or we got that going on. He'd say, okay, just do the right thing. He's being made with situational awareness, such as I was, but he's not going to get involved in the case, in any case, not just this case.
And so do you think we did the right thing in this situation?
Well, that'll be borne out. We're waiting for the district attorney and the federal government, the Justice Department, to make some decisions here.
Obviously there's a criminal standard of criminal conduct, but do you think, just in general, did we do the right thing as far as how we kept the Greene family informed, how we kept the public informed of what happened? Would you say that state police and everyone involved did the right thing?
Well, when you say about keeping the public informed of what happened, coming up through the ranks, state police always we believed in the criminal justice process. We believed that those that are accused of crimes or incidents we're investigating, that they should be allowed to have that privacy until that matter is decided. Does that make sense? I mean, if we were investigating someone in here, you probably wouldn't want us to go out and talk about the facts of the case before some body got to look at it. The district attorney may null pros. He may not take it to a grand jury, or he may take it to a grand jury. We always respected that, and so we historically have not gone out and talked about cases that we were investigated and shared evidence that we had.
Okay, so
for the integrity of the case, you're giving
understand.
your evidence out and the integrity of the case.
So you mentioned that oftentimes the internal investigations will look at the situation first, and then they'll refer it to criminal if they think something criminal might have happened. Correct?
Right. Oftentimes, not in this case.
Yeah. So in this case, did they look at it first, and they made the decision to turn it over to the prosecutor?
In this particular case, no,
Yeah.
sir. That decision was made that night by the detectives on the scene.
So they basically said, hey, look, this is definitely to a level that criminal charges might be brought in this, and we're not even going to do the internal investigation, right?
Custody deaths. So, I mean, we had to look at it from a criminal investigative standpoint.
Okay. And then it took.
But when you talk about the videos being released and such, I want to remind you that the district attorney and the federal government asked us not to release any videos. That wasn't made in a vacuum. That decision was made collectively, and that we were asked by the Justice Department and the district attorney not to release any videos publicly.
Yeah, I mean,
respected that. I mean, it's their evidence.
No, I've heard. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't think anyone really questions your releasing of the videos, or whether or not that should have happened earlier. I think the characterization of the videos is kind of different. I mean, I saw the video, and as soon as I saw the video, I didn't think, well, this guy obviously died in this car crash, and I would ever go make a statement and say, I saw this video, he died in a car crash, because the guy, he was obviously talking, he was obviously, I don't think anyone in the world thinks that he died as in the car crash, right? He was obviously alive still.
Yeah, he obviously did not die in that car crash, and I've often wondered, or in a word here and a word there, he died in a car crash, or he died
from injuries in a car
crash, and that's a possibility of an understanding of what's being said or what's being related. So, and I honestly, I don't know who made contact with Mr. Greene's family to explain to them that something had happened, and so I can't say what they were led to believe, or they were told, or they were not told. And I haven't found anywhere on the internet or anywhere else where anyone in state police has said that Mr. Greene died in a car crash. I haven't found that. I mean, if it's out there, I'll certainly apologize, but I haven't seen where state police ever said that.
Yeah, I don't, to my knowledge, I don't know about in a car crash, but I think you're right that the semantics or the discrepancy is, well, did he die from a car crash or in a car crash, right?
But it changes the whole situation.
It does change it. I agree with you. And I think that even from a car crash, I think once you view the video, seems kind of suspect. I mean, at least in my opinion, and I think in most of the public's opinion, it becomes kind of suspect when you watch the video from every angle, like we said. But anyway, I appreciate you answering the questions, and I appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nelson. One follow-up on some Representative Nelson asked you, who notified you about this?
It would have either been, at the time, Major Bob Brown, or would have been Lieutenant Colonel Adam White.
You don't remember?
They were in the chain of command, one under the other one, so one would have notified me of this.
You don't remember being notified about it?
I remember being notified, but I don't remember who I got it from. No, sir, I just told it'd be one of those two.
Let me ask a more specific question. How were you notified about this?
Probably by a text message or an email. I'm not sure. Because what I probably did was copy and paste the information that was sent to me and sent it to the governor.
Okay. So you think you think it was probably text message then?
I said a text message or an email. I'm not sure.
Right. The only reason why I say it's probably text message because, I mean, most people don't answer email in the middle of the night. They're more likely.
I didn't answer this one in the middle of the night. I didn't get it till the following morning.
Okay. They wouldn't have called you on a custody death with the use of force?
Probably should have. Okay. And as I remember, that was a little point of contention there, that we were not notified for several hours.
Yeah. On your phone, do you communicate through text message? Do you use any other sort of app that communicates, like WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
So any communication would have been through text message or email, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't email the governor, though, did you?
I believe I texted him.
Texted him, okay.
Well, I'm sure that's what's been reported.
Sure, I'm just asking.
Yes, sir.
Did you email him about other stuff? Did you and the governor contact via email, or was it just text messages?
Probably generally text messages, and most of them consisted of, hey, let me know when you're available for a call, or something of that sort. Hey, there's a crash on I-10, the interstate's shut down, I'll let you know when it's open again, from this to this.
So you text about traffic situations, but you go 14 months and not on a disciplinary investigation?
I texted him about the investigation that went on, just as I did the traffic situation that went on. So,
okay. And one last question. You said you talked about the case and you're going through that, but it is common for troopers, even sheriff office and city police, to talk to the district attorney's office about the case, right?
absolutely.
So you are discussing information, sharing information. Do you know when your officers first notified district attorney's office about the Clary video?
I do not.
Thank you. All right, Representative Landry.
Hi, just a few questions here. I think you said you first saw the video in September or October of 2020.
Which video?
I think it was the Clary video.
Clary video. I believe so.
Okay.
I believe it was shown to the family.
Okay. You were there at the same time?
I was.
Okay. But backing up to when it would have been uploaded in May of 2019, is there someone in the chain of command who's responsible for viewing the videos as they're uploaded?
Well, you got to understand now, you got a lot of videos that you'd have to view, honestly, across the state, and even within one troop, even in one shift, when you talk about all the contacts that are made by state troopers. So I believe at the time that during our administration, I'm not sure if Colonel Lamar Davis has changed this and amended it any at all to make it more often, but in ours, they kind of did a quarterly review of videos.
Okay.
Supervisors.
And just following up on Rep. Nelson, given that it seems like in recent years there was maybe one or so deaths per year in custody, would that not have elevated the need for a review of the video?
Well, look, again, I'm going to say that the videos should have been reviewed. All videos from that incident should have been reviewed, and I would assume that they were reviewed. It is my understanding you'll have to get someone from technical support to speak to this. The videos are uploaded to a cloud. There's nothing that anyone can do to prevent that upload to the cloud. An investigator. Now, and I do want to clear this up too, because the video, as I said before, the body cam video concept was kind of new to state police at this point. We're working our way through the kinks and the barriers and this, that, and the other that take place with a new program. So our investigators, is my understanding at the time, I don't know whether they did or didn't have a license by the company to view those videos on their own. So someone had to show them how to. So someone would have logged into the account, but they should have done the downloads. Mm-hmm. You can query a trooper's name. You can query a time period, and you can download all videos in that time period. And I would assume that would be regardless of how the video is labeled or not labeled. Should be all videos for that day, all videos for this specific time period that you asked for by name, by trooper's name. So I would assume that a detective would go in and query every trooper's name that was at the scene involved in this situation or any situation, and you would look at the time frame that you're looking at and download all videos from that time frame.
I guess I should be more specific. Was it a policy, a requirement that someone had to go through and review all the videos you said quarterly?
Quarterly, I believe.
So was that a policy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, it was, yes.
And it would have been one person, two people? Do you happen
would have been their
to remember?
supervisors. Supervisors would do a quarterly.
Okay.
And so, but
okay.
You're talking to somebody that never had a camera, so.
Right. Well, but someone looked at it, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. And then you mentioned a phone. I think you said it was crushed earlier. What kind of phone was it?
An Apple.
It was an iPhone. And how did it get crushed?
Kind of embarrassing. After I retired,
Did you run over it?
I did not. I actually, worse than that, I was loading something in the back of my truck at the local Walmart, and I had set my phone on the tailgate that I had let down, and when I lifted the tailgate up.
I dropped mine this morning and cracked the screen. When did that happen?
Probably in November of
So recently.
2020. November 2020.
Okay, a while ago. Okay. Couple follow-ups people have sent me. The journal you referenced that you were taking notes on in the disciplinary meeting, do you know where it is now?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have it?
No, ma'am.
I don't mean today, but I don't mean do you have it with you today? Is it still in your possession?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Chris Hollingsworth, I have a couple of questions about him. So it's my understanding that the internal investigation, sorry, I'll just let you read that.
Excuse me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
We were discussing that the videos, and I want to make sure that I was clear on this because I think we got sidetracked a minute ago. When we talk about the videos of John Clary, those videos are referenced in the criminal investigative report that was written, that they were received and reviewed. And Clary's name was specifically in there.
For the criminal investigation, my question was more related to when it happened internally, or is there an internal review process?
And no, I gave you the internal review. It was quarterly on that. But
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
But all
Okay.
the videos
But they
should
also
have
were.
been downloaded by the investigator, and the investigator should have reviewed all the videos of everyone that was at the scene.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, Chris Hollingsworth, real quick. It's my understanding the internal investigation didn't start. The internal investigation of him didn't start until the criminal investigation was over. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was like a year and several months later.
Yes, ma'am.
That was the state criminal investigation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there also, or wasn't there also a federal investigation going on at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
So that the federal investigation did not interfere with the internal investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is that just policy or?
That was our policy because here we are 2 years later, 3 years later, and we don't have a conclusion to the federal investigation yet. So when the district attorney advised that he was not going to move forward with charges, then that's when I felt we needed to go ahead and open an administrative investigation.
So were you the person who formally opened the investigation or asked for?
I tasked Internal Affairs and asked him to open an internal investigation.
Okay. Also, in reading some of this, I noticed that he was a police driving instructor who died in a car crash. Was that something that was discussed after his death?
Ma'am, I don't know that he was a driving instructor or not. I'm not sure what his certifications were at the time.
Okay. Do you know who would know?
The training academy would probably have a record of his training.
Okay.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the crash was investigated by the Monroe Police Department, not the Louisiana State Police.
That makes sense. Okay, and one last question. I think you said, is this correct, that you were never told that Scott Davis had issues with the use of force?
I don't recall that being a conversation that we had.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Landry. Quick follow-up on something you asked. I think the report, if we're being accurate, says that he gets the Clary video later, though not initially. Correct?
I just see where he got the Clary video, and I believe it was referenced to Clary and one more, and that he had reviewed it and didn't find any additional evidentiary value or something to that extent. I'm not sure that was the exact wording.
And let me ask you this. Who has access to the Axon at the time? Like, all investigators have access to Axon?
Now, we're going to get into what I knew then and what I know now. It was a new process, so I believe it is my understanding you have to get someone from the technical support section to answer this more accurately, but I believe there was a limited number of licenses we had at the time or something because we were just starting this, and that the investigators would probably, and they weren't very familiar with the program because they don't wear the body cameras, and so they would have to ask someone to log into the system and get them where they needed to be so that they could get the information that they needed.
And that would come from Troop F, correct?
It could have come from anywhere. I think in this case it came from Troop F, but they could have logged into it anywhere into the system that someone had.
But the investigators can't do it on their own. They have to get somebody at Troop F to access it for them.
You'd have to ask someone at that time. That's what I've understood, and that's what I've heard.
And Doug Kane, he was, what would you say his job was with you?
Executive officer to the superintendent.
And what does that mean?
He was an aide of mine. He was an aide.
So he would have been somebody who had been in regular contact with you, correct?
Yes.
And he would be communicating with other people on your behalf?
May.
Okay. Did he? I mean, I'm asking.
I'm sure, yes. I'm sure he did, yes.
Did he have the authority to communicate with the governor's office on your behalf?
I don't believe he did that. No.
Did he contact you and say, hey, they were asking for this information? I provided to them, or whoever's asking for this information?
Honestly, I don't recall those conversations. They wouldn't have been significant to me.
Were you aware that his cell phone was wiped?
I heard that, yes.
You didn't know about it at the time, though, is what I'm asking.
Honestly, I don't remember whose cell phone was. And when you say wiped, I mean, in state police, I believe they use the term sanitized, and that does sound bad, but there was no malicious intent here for what happened. It was restoring a phone to factory settings so the phone could be reissued to someone else. The same thing we do with iPads when we turn them in or whatever the case may be. That's not a case where anybody is trying to hide anything or...
I understand. I'm just trying to get...
no, I understand.
You understand when the public reads that somebody's phone has information on it, and then without a third party, they internally make the decision to clean that information off a said phone. It seems a little weird. Like, I mean, I think you agree with me. If you were investigating a drug lord and you asked him for his cell phone, he said, yeah, I deleted everything, that would raise a red flag for you in your investigation, right?
Yeah, but I don't. There was no intention to do that. I mean, I'm telling you right here.
I believe you. I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm just saying you would understand why people would be curious about the circumstances that surround it.
Absolutely.
Given in light of what's going on. Representative Bacala.
Thank you. I believe most of my questions have been asked, but I will throw this in there. Today you can go to property assistance. There's probably 100 computers in property assistance, which is state surplus property. They're all wiped. One day the computers that are issued to us will be turned in. They will probably be sanitized before they're resold or reissued. So I know the optics of that are horrible, but that's kind of the fact of what happens with electronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple questions about we talked a little bit, was touched on the public affairs division. And obviously public affairs cannot make statements to the public until they get the information from somebody who's familiar with the incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
So whoever was making press releases relative to this incident or any other incident had to talk to somebody. Some information was conveyed and that information was condensed or whatever to a press release.
Yes, sir.
How would that typically be conveyed to the person who is making the official release of information?
In the case of a criminal investigation, then that information would be conveyed from the criminal investigators between them and the public information officer.
But there would be a communication. Would it typically be an email between the investigators and the public affairs? Telephone call, hybrid, could be anything.
Could be anything. A lot of times the public information officers go to the scene.
Right.
I don't know that happened in this case.
You probably don't know the answer to this question, but we talk about the viewing of the evidence on the system that y'all bought or owned. Those videos and every other piece of information could be viewed remotely, correct? So you could sit in your office and look at them if you had somebody to log on.
Yes, sir.
Or you could sit. Did it have to be a computer that was authorized, or you could see it from anywhere that had a computer that could get on the internet to see it?
Yes, sir. And there should be an audit trail of who's viewed it.
Would the audit trail include the IP address of the computers from which it was viewed?
You'd have to ask someone in that section to know that level of.
One last thing, this issue, this incident moved from apparently what I'm understanding is it was a internal affairs investigation which turned into a criminal investigation, or it started out as a criminal investigation from day one.
Yes, sir. Started out as a criminal investigation from day one.
At the time that it was a criminal investigation, which means that there was a suspicion that maybe something, a crime was committed, obviously. Was there a communication to anyone after this was classified or determined to be a criminal investigation? Was there information conveyed to anyone that it was something other than a potential criminal incident? And it's criminal investigation does not mean it's criminal. It means you're looking to determine if a crime's committed.
Right.
In particular, at the point in time that this became a criminal investigation, there was a suspicion that something went wrong or was wrong. After that point in time, did someone communicate with the Greene family or anyone else that this was just a traffic accident resulting in death?
I don't know who communicated with the Greene family, and
well, I think the date is important too.
I understand.
If it became a criminal investigation on day one, then any communication that said anything otherwise thereafter was somebody who either didn't know or chose not to.
Right, I understand. I don't know that state police has determined who made the unfortunate notification to the family.
Well, and not just the initial communication, but I think we'll hear from them shortly. Okay, I think that covers everything I wanted to talk about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And again, I thank you for coming down. One other thing, if you don't mind, real quick, I know that you're reluctant to talk or share your logbook or whatever we want to call it, journal. Would you be willing to share any information within the journal that is specific to the Greene case without sharing the entire journal? Would you pick? I mean, we would have to trust that you would give us everything, but is that something you'd be willing to share with the committee? Is just those select entries relative to the case that we're looking into today?
Could I consult?
Yes,
Absolutely. I'll consult with the attorney, please.
I tell you what, Representative Bacala, if you allow my attorney and I to discuss this, and we'll get you an answer.
Yeah, and look, I don't know, maybe the equivalent of an in-camera inspection, if that would satisfy, or we just trust you to give us anything that may be relative to this. My phone's blowing up. Everybody thinks the journal is the piece of evidence that is being concealed. It's going to tell the whole story. And I think, as much as we hate to say it, some of this is about the public's expectation of this committee, and I think it will go a long way toward perhaps meeting our original purpose, which is to gather facts, and it's to the point that it can provide us with more facts to make determinations. I think it would maybe a very valuable piece of information. I would appreciate it if y'all do whatever you can, maybe to share those entries with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think it's a reasonable question for you to talk about it with the attorney, not give an answer today. I would ask that you preserve it, though. I think it's and not destroy any sections of it or anything like that. I think it's
I haven't destroyed anything.
And I know you wouldn't. I just want to put out there that I think it's reasonable for us to request that you keep it just in case we need to. Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't take my attorney hat off, Colonel. Some people sometimes ask me to, but it's just my nature. And so I want to make sure when you say the governor was not advised of any details of the Greene incident outside of your February 10th, 2019 text until much later on. I think you said sometime in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say the governor, does that include members of the governor's staff, meaning that you did not advise members of the office of the governor of details of the Greene incident as well?
Not that I recall doing, no, ma'am.
Fair enough. And I'm not sure if I asked it, but I don't know the answer. Who authorized, as you call it, the sanitization? Who authorized the sanitization of your phone, Noel's phone, and Kane's phone?
That was state police that referred to it as sanitizing. I've referred to it as restoring back to factory settings, and I don't know who authorized. No one authorized.
In each event, you don't know who directed Triet Lee to do that?
I don't know that Triet Lee was directed to do that.
Okay. So in each event, you don't know who was directed to do that. Is that my understanding of your answer?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I would say that probably, and I can't recall one. If I'm probably the one that did my phone. I don't know who did Mike Noel's or Doug Kane's or whether Triet Lee did it or not.
Last question, Colonel. If you believe Mr. Greene died from injuries sustained in a car crash, and if you believe Mr. Greene back then died of injuries sustained in the car crash, can you tell me where is the reconstruction of the crash scene that goes with traffic fatalities?
Well, I believe that someone asked for not after I left. I believe someone asked for a reconstruction, and it wasn't. No, I'm told that wasn't done.
So under your watch, a traffic fatality of this magnitude, certainly, that was not done either.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
And to be clear, you're saying that you restored your own phone by using the little backup, like restored factory settings.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess let me start with the first follow-up with the first question that Representative Villio asked. So was there any process that dealt with the restoring of phones to factory settings? Any approval that was needed?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. So if I were a trooper back then and I just said, oh, well, I just want to reset my phone, or if I want to sanitize my phone, as state police would call it, if I wanted to sanitize my phone, then I could just go ahead and sanitize my phone.
If it's your phone, I'm sure you could.
If it's state phone.
And there would be just no. So, I mean, to the extent that we're dealing with public records, to the extent that we're dealing with litigation holds that I talked to Colonel Edmonson about earlier, to the extent that we're talking about any of that stuff, I mean, I could just go ahead and.
No, sir. We didn't have any litigation holds or preservation orders at the time. We didn't have any. So there's not that we were dealing with. I've dealt in situations before where a preservation hold was asked for on a phone, and we observed that and honored that. And then once the case was taken care of, then it was done.
Yeah, but I mean, in a case like this, when you know that there might be the anticipation of litigation, I mean, so you're telling me you were waiting for a specific order, you wouldn't be proactive in that?
Why would I anticipate litigation when I don't know what's going on with the case?
somebody had an in custody death, and there was some issue as to use of force or potential abuse of force, you're telling me that you wouldn't? I mean, it wouldn't be reasonable to anticipate potential litigation from that?
It's possible.
It
There
is.
have been cases before when it hasn't happened, I'm sure.
And even in
But
those,
look, I keep answering the same questions over and over again as we go down the line. I explained to you that there was no nefarious purpose for the phones except to restore them to factory settings so they could be reissued to someone else. I have a phone. There's no nefarious here. You can ask me the same question 1,000 different ways, and the answer is going to be the same. But we keep covering this.
again, no, I'm not. Look, whether there was, I think whether there was a nefarious purpose is probably yet to be determined. But that being said, I'm okay if that's the position you want to take. That's not my point, I guess. My point is, out of an abundance of caution, if you want to err on the side of caution, wouldn't you have preserved those phones? Or say it a different way. Wouldn't you have preserved the contents of the phones? And then we wouldn't have this issue. So whether there was a nefarious purpose or not, we would be able to see. That would be full transparency, and we would be okay with it all. We'd all be able to see it, and there'd be nothing left to debate. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Now,
If you ask me right now, I wish we had not restored the phones to factory settings, because this would be a non-issue, and you would see front and center there was nothing there.
Absolutely.
And I do wish that in hindsight.
Representative Jordan, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think our concern, the reason why I keep asking you and over again, is because as legislators, we realize that if we have a state-issued phone, that our messages are potential public records, and we're concerned that high levels of state police are not treating it as such. It's not like it's a regular trooper texting on his personal phone with his wife. We're talking about executive assistant or whatever to the state trooper's office, and there doesn't seem to be, I'm not saying it's nefarious, but it's concerning that you haven't had a seminar, a lawyer come in and talk to you about the preservation of records in investigations. I mean, this is not, you're being incredulous about it, but I also feel like this is honestly sort of shocking that y'all weren't made aware that you may have a document on your phone that could be part of a record or of an investigation that somebody wants to see later, and you would just go hit the button and restore the factory settings. I mean, that's why I think we've asked the question 85 times, is because it's sort of
I understand that,
amazing.
but my answer has not wavered with what my point was. And let me say this. It is my understanding that state police now has a policy concerning this. And as things generally work, there's a change agent that takes place. You don't pull ice. Ice in an icebox doesn't melt usually unless the power's cut off to it, and that's the change agent. You take it out and you put it in a glass, you pour water on it, and it starts to melt. There's a change agent that took place here, in which state police now has a policy on this.
I understand. We want to cover our bases, and I just want to clear that up. Representative Jordan, go ahead with your question.
no, that's fine. And look, and the fact that you do have a policy now, I think references, or at least recognizes, the importance of this matter and the concerns that we should have had. So I appreciate them now having a policy. So let me ask this then. So do you know what happens to those phones once they're wiped?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Well, I know in your case you retired. Mike Noel, I assume, retired. Was Doug Kane ever reissued a state phone?
I don't know.
All right. Let me ask it this way. Does a trooper have the option not to get a state phone reissued to him and just use a personal phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if he decided, I don't want a state phone anymore, I'm just going to use my personal phone, that would be okay by policy during your tenure?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I know you talked about, the crash report, and I'm not sure. So I walked in and out doing some of that. Did you say that state police didn't do a crash report and you thought it was Monroe City Police, or you thought
that was on Trooper Hollingsworth's automobile crash?
On his automobile crash. Okay. So on this one, was a crash report done?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that would have been the crash report from York?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in that, did you review that report?
I looked over it, but I didn't review it in depth.
All right. So in that report, if I told you that he at least infers that Ronald Greene died as a result of the accident, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I would not without reviewing the report.
All right. If I told you that he made no mention of any of the use of force incidents between Ronald Greene and any of the troopers in his report, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
Someone else had advised me of that earlier.
All right. So I guess, well, let me ask it this way. What was York's responsibility?
To investigate the crash.
To investigate the crash and the crash only.
The detectives are investigating the incident as a whole. York is a uniform patrol trooper. He's does crash investigation, so he's investigating the crash portion of it, the dynamics of the crash.
And so he wouldn't, part of his question, he wouldn't go beyond asking about the crash, or he wouldn't ask what else happened.
Well, we know he was on scene, so he knows what else happened. But he's doing a crash report to be, I guess, meshed with, for lack of a better term, with the criminal investigative report.
Right, which makes it even, and that was my point. I'm glad you brought that up. He was on the scene, so he saw some of this stuff. So why wouldn't he mention it in his report of all these other things that happened? I guess my concern is, why would he try to at least leave the impression that this man died in an accident when he was there? It wasn't like he was coming to the scene afterwards and having to recreate something. He actually saw some of this.
Well, sir, I think that Trooper York he'd be the only one that could accurately reflect what he was putting in his report and what he wasn't, and why he did what he wrote and what he didn't write what he wrote.
Right, but I guess when you...
I'm listening.
No, go ahead. I'll wait. I guess that's why I find it even more amazing that when you add the fact that York shut off a portion of his body camera, and for however long, and the fact that when you look at the video, that he basically dragged Ronald Greene while he was hogtied, in a sense, on his stomach. And then you look at his report, and his report certainly misleads at best the situation surrounding Ronald Greene's death. And then you tie all that together and you come to the conclusion that there was no cover-up. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, if you add all those things up, how do you stand by that statement?
I can't really respond to anything further about Trooper York because there is a federal investigation going on.
No, but you disciplined him, and you only disciplined him for 50 hours. So I am asking, from your perspective, when you consider all those things, and you said you do have to review the file and somebody else puts it together, I'm also going to assume whether it was IA or whoever handles that did some type of investigation, knew that he misled on his report, knew that he turned his body camera off, knew that he dragged Ronald Greene hogtied on his stomach, and presented that information to you. I think that's a safe assumption for me to make. And if you reviewed that, I'm wondering how that only leads, and I know you said you didn't ask him why he turned his body camera off, but even with that, how that only leads to a 50-hour suspension.
That was the determination that we made.
Well, that was a determination you made.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because you said you're the ultimate decider on it. So that wasn't a we, that was a you.
No, that's the decision I made.
Okay. So All right. Look, I'll ask this last question, and I know it was reported that your retirement was already scheduled and was already planned. It was, and so just for the sake of the record, and we have you here, did the governor ever ask you to retire?
No, sir, he did not.
All right, that was of your own volition. That was already predetermined before any publicity or incident around Ronald Greene came to
Yes, sir.
focus.
I had communicated my intentions to them the year before.
All right. All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. We have one more question, and you're going to be finally finished with this. I know it's not pleasant. Representative Marcel.
Yes, just very briefly. I know you keep saying that you're not sure when you viewed it, whether it was, I think you said maybe September or October, the videos. Is that accurate?
When I
just
first viewed it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you all use Axon? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that in viewing the Axon videos, everyone that views an Axon video, such as the ones that you all have for the body cameras, that this date is logged in and date stamped and timed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can see everybody's names. I want the committee to hear this. Everybody's name, whoever watched those videos, are listed with date stamped with times and their names. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
So
To
we
my
don't
knowledge.
really have to guess. We really could just get that information. Who keeps that information of the Axon? Who's the
I would probably think the business unit at headquarters.
at headquarters?
At LSP headquarters.
So we can stop asking that question, Mr. Chairman. We can just request that information,
Noted.
production of those documents from Axon, so we don't have to guess of what date or time you or anyone else accessed those videos. It's logged in.
Yes, ma'am.
And one final question: Chavez Cameron,
Yes, ma'am.
was he over internal affairs at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And which troop was he from? Originated?
Troop B in New Orleans, I believe.
Troop E?
Troop B, Bravo.
B?
B Bravo in New Orleans.
B. And you think he did an accurate investigation of this matter? Or what?
He was
Was he-
the commander of internal affairs at the time of the occurrence, and then he was transferred at some point in 2020. I believe summer of 2020, somewhere in there, but I can't be sure.
Where was he transferred to?
He was transferred to public affairs.
The public affairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a promotion?
No, ma'am. It was just a lateral transfer.
Just a lateral?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. The board is clear as to more questions. Colonel Reeves, I appreciate you coming willingly today to testify. We would like to have a conversation about your notes, and take your time. I mean, we're not trying to pressure you into
I
anything.
understand. I do have one last thing to say, if I may.
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Of course. You might get more questions, but
Well, I don't think this one will do a lot of questions. At sometime we'll all pass away, me included. And my religion tells me that I'll stand before God and I'll give an account for my life. And Lord knows I'll have a lot to account for. But I can tell you right now, I will not have to account for participating in a cover-up of the death of Mr. Ronald Greene. And I just want to say that in closing. Thank y'all. I respect the position that y'all are in. I respect what you're doing. And I hope that we will get an honest report in the end of your findings.
no, thank you. And look, I don't think we're trying to suggest that you did any cover up or anything like that. I think what we're trying to suggest is that there are issues with the investigation of Ronald Greene. I think maybe particular troopers may have engaged in conduct that is troubling, to say the least. And what level you knew about things is what we're trying to find out. And what were the steps in the mitigation? How much did you know? And were they, not to say that I don't think we were ever trying to insinuate you hatched a nefarious plan from the get-go. I want that to be clear on the record. We do appreciate your service. We do appreciate you showing up today. We appreciate all the comments and you answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have some cards though, so our meeting is not over. I saw Miss Mona Greene prior to when I walked in this morning. I told her she could be the first comment. So Miss Greene is present and would like to testify. We also have Carl Cavalier, who's present and would like to speak. We have Eugene Collins with the NAACP, who's present and would like to speak. And we have Carlos. I don't know if it's Jean or Jean. I think it's Jean with the NAACP, who's also present and would like to speak. Ms. Greene, please come to the microphone, and if y'all want to come with her, y'all can. Mrs. Greene, please, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm going to do my best to stay on point, and I'm truly honored to be part of this. I do this for my son, and I have to keep going. I don't want to cry.
Ms. Greene, can you please identify yourself for the record? I'm sorry, but
Yes, my name is Mona Hardin. I'm mother to Ronald Greene.
Go ahead.
And I just want to stay on point and not break down. But I will say that I appreciate everyone coming forward, doing what you have to do to seek answers in my son's obvious cover-up. What's going on, I don't care which way it's seen, how it's narrated, edited. It is what it is for all to see. The fact that we're still fumbling over words, I've said that before, it shouldn't have to be. This should have been done, solved. Those who murdered my son should have been held accountable for the fact that we've gone this long and we continue to try to get these bad cops, these awful apples off the hook, lightly condemned, whatever, a few hours of time off of payroll. I just don't understand the reasoning. How do you account for that? But it is what it is. It's happened way before my Ronnie. I've said that before. I'm just so honored to hear what all of you have to say as far as questions. Everything you said was so much on my mind, and I'm glad that you asked those questions. All I can say is it's awful that someone that's been in such a high position could have so many I don't know responses to answers that should have been directly answered. It's a yes or a no. But to say I don't know or pass the buck on to someone else to give a more affirmative answer, it's so disrespectful to the office they hold high within the state of Louisiana. These overpaid, well-dressed officials that when you're pushed to the corner to be held accountable, you have no answers for that. But you want to be respected at the highest level. And mind you, I want to also say that, we have family that's on police force. We know what it's all about. And I'm not even going to touch that because we're here for the murder of my son and the fact that it was on the hands of state troopers. And it's that's all there is to it. I think words are just words. A person's integrity follows them far. And to loosely hold those words and on the same hand speak of your integrity as a person, I'm baffled. At some point, I was really entertained back there of some of the answers that you can just put out there and expect people to just believe it, swallow it, take it. The fact that it clearly shows that you think you're way above the law. It's so obvious. And all I can say is the video speaks it all. There's no other way of seeing things the way we all see it. There's just no other way. But the fact that some people have been spoon-fed for so long, overpaid for so long, overlooked. The fact that you can say, Edwards left us to hold ourselves accountable. He just does his thing and we do ours. So right down here, you can do what you want, any old way what you want, cover each other's back, whatever. This is what's happening. It's blatant, it's egregious, all these big words. It's y'all looking over y'all's wrongdoing. I don't want to get as silly as some folks that just behaved here. I refuse to. I bring my son here, and all I know is he's telling me everything will be okay, Mama. He called me that night. I woke up that night. My son called me. I felt him while he was dying. I felt my son when he was dying. I woke up. And I say that because of the time frame that he was dying. And I only go by the time frame that was I saw on paper. That's when I woke up. I felt something wrong. I have not grieved for my son. I have not buried my son. My son still sits in our urn. And then I was pushed to cremate my son. This is in the state of Louisiana. This happened. This really, really happened. I was here 7 days. My other daughter stayed here 9 days. This all happened in that time frame. This all happened. To say it did not happen is a lie. It's a black eye for the state of Louisiana. I hate we've come this long, but I will be here till it's done. I'm not going nowhere. There was a reason why my son was killed. Because state troopers are judge, jury, executioner. It happened that night. You do it. It seems like it's common practice. He might have pissed somebody off because of this long run. I don't know. But the fact that you just felt it on yourself to beat the hell out of my boy till you killed him. That happened that night. Me and my 2 daughters, my granddaughter was here for 7 days. My other daughter, like I said, a total of 9 days. It unfolded before our very eyes. This happened. I can't even believe I'm sitting here. I'm back there. I can't even believe. I feel this, and I said, my Ronnie's really not here. This really did happen. I'm in such disbelief of how my boy was killed. I have the worst of arguments to the family members I have that are in law enforcement. They assure me you know. And I know there's a hell of a good amount of people in law enforcement. I'm not even going to go there. That's not to be recognized. What's to be recognized is what happened to my son. But I can say this much. What I saw here was a travesty between disrespect. That right there was proof that you hold yourself above the law. The fact that your attorney can come out here and chew y'all out for the fact that he's here. That's, you know, I might be going too far with what I'm saying. But this is called holding yourself above the law. I'm just so glad that you put this gentleman in his place. It should have been. I thank y'all so much. I thank y'all for this. I don't even know if I cried so hard. One day my son will be put to rest. I will put him to rest. I will get him out of that damn urn that his remains was put in. I hate to this day that I didn't take my son home the way I meant to take him home. And in the end, I will not fail my son. I thank you. I will not fail my Ronnie. The changes has to be made. This oversight committee, you need more than people who are appointed from within to check and double check their own. You have to make the changes. Louisiana has to move forward. You've got to make this place the beautiful place that a lot of people come to visit. My son wanted a line dance. He wanted to participate in a line dance. We're going to make that come true. But I can't do it until we see this through for him. I can't do a lot of things because this is so heavy on how he was literally beaten to death, stomped, dragged, while chained and shackled. And to say, awful but lawful, it just goes to show. You didn't see anything wrong with the killing of a black man. That's what that statement says to me. I don't care how Reeves rewords it. That's what it says. That's why you can give someone 40, 50 hours because you didn't see nothing wrong with the killing of my son. I thank you all for the opportunity. I truly do. I have the most highest of respect for all of you and all the people who step forward trying to make right a horrible wrong. Changes need to be made. Changes. Everyone needs to just walk past this and be better people behind it and stop this organized crime, because the fact that it's a network of so many people, it's truly unbelievable. I thank y'all. I'm through talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardin. You do have a couple of questions and comments if you'd like to take them. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Mona, thank you for being here, and there's no adequate words that I could offer you and your family, and I'll just be really brief. I never had the opportunity to meet you before. You know, people can come to this table and talk about there was cocaine allegedly in your son's system and alcohol, and that he allegedly ignored sirens. But your son was a human being, and he deserved to be treated with dignity, and he was not. the presumption of innocence, I was always taught, means something in America. And your son never got the opportunity to face a judge or a jury because he was executed, in my opinion, at the hands of a few bad apples that were sworn to serve and protect.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm so not sorry.
I'll just say in closing that it is my belief that if your son was the son of an elected official, those in power would have been a lot more hands-on. Not just saying we're going to allow this investigation to take its course. I really believe that in my heart of hearts. I wish I was not sitting in this position. I could hear and feel the pain that you're going through. I can tell you the first time this committee convened, I left here sick to my stomach. I couldn't eat, and I feel just as nauseated today. But it's an obligation that I take very seriously, as I know my colleagues on this committee does. And my only goal is to get the truth and to make sure that you and your family and Mr. Greene gets justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Representative Bacala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is it Ms. Hardin? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Hardin. While I was sitting here, I'd had my button pushed, and somebody texted me their continuous text, and I think it's very appropriate. The person that texted me has two simple words, and it is incredible woman. I wish that you and I could be in a different setting where we could just sit down with each other and sit close, and I could put my hand on your shoulder and ask you a few questions, because you've been very, I've seen a lot of dignity in your comments, and you've been very articulate in your passion. But I think at some point, and we said it earlier in this committee, the point of this committee is to collect information so that we can draw reasonable conclusions. And in pursuit of that goal, it's important that I think we know, and you share with us, who told you what and when you were told, which goes back to, again, we know there was it a criminal investigation when you were being told it was a simple accident? So if you would, and if you recall, and if you're capable and able right now to share those facts with us, I think it would help us in pursuing our goals here.
Can we turn his microphone on? Hold on one second. Your microphone's not turned on. Can we get your... You're going to have to identify yourself when the microphone turns back on, but is it...
And it would be to the best of your recollection. Obviously, I'm not looking for necessarily a perfect
We're good
calendar.
to go. You can identify yourself and talk, please. Testify.
Yes, sir. Eugene Collins, president of the Baton Rouge branch of NAACP, 1520 Thomas H. Delpa Drive, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 7802. If it is okay with this body, I can run down a gist of the facts of when Ms. Greene received information, as well as when she was alerted to this, while she has a opportunity to collect herself, if it's okay with this.
Go ahead.
So first off, and Representative Jordan can tell you this, we were alerted to this case.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm looking for the very first communication and I'm sure it was within hours of the incident, and what was said then, and then go forward from there, please.
Yes, sir. So Miss Mona's family was contacted, first telling her that this was an automobile accident. It was her daughter that was contacted, actually, not Miss Mona. Once her daughter received that contact, they then began the process of trying to see him. In that process of trying to see him, they were met with some troubles and resistance. In addition to that, once they were finally able to lay eyes on him and transferred him to a funeral home, the initial coroner's report did list the cause of death as a car accident. After that, some time later, they actually found out that it wasn't a car accident and things were modified.
Could you please date that and tell me how you found that out? That there may have been other.
I'm sorry.
He's kind of going through the litany, but he said it at a later date. You found out it wasn't a car accident. I'm just trying to date that. I mean, are we talking about a week later, a month later, a year later? I'm just trying to get a clarity on when you were told. Again, who told you what and when?
We were told initially that a high-speed chase, the car crashed into a tree.
Okay.
And he died from it.
Okay, and this going forward, when did you learn that there may be more to the incident than just the chase?
Just basically when we were coming through our days here in Louisiana and speaking with the original coroner, the medical examiner, and just when I was telling him her not to move my son. I wanted to see him, and that he was already being transported.
So that's within days?
Within hours.
Within hours. So when you were initially, I'm a synopsize just so I can make sure I get it right. You were initially informed that your son had been, or your daughter was informed that your son had been, had died as a result of a high-speed chase.
And he died.
Yes, and he died. And then you met with the medical examiner sometime within hours of that initial notification?
No, we didn't meet. It was all through phone.
On the phone? So you spoke to the medical examiner on the phone within hours?
Yes.
And did they give you more information than it was a...
No, she was very evasive.
Okay, so no additional information there.
Yeah.
When did you first become aware, and how did you become aware that there was and I'll go back to the text message that was sent, that there was a violent encounter? When did you first learn that?
Excuse me a sec.
And again, I wish we were just having a personal conversation, but that's not the format here.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just trembling.
We're in no rush, ma'am.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I said we're in no rush, but the original question was, and I'm using the same terms that were used in a text communication. When did you learn that there was a violent encounter at the scene of the traffic accident?
As far as violence.
When did you? Well, however you want to term, but that there was a physical altercation between your son and law enforcement officers. When did you learn it, and from who?
Right now, I can't even think.
As best as you can recall. I'm not looking for exact.
Yeah, I can't even think right now. All I can tell you is what happened that first few hours, those first few days.
Well, at some point you learned that there was a physical encounter between your son and law enforcement officers, correct? Mm-hmm. Would you say it was months later, years later, or?
Well, we saw the video then. We were told about it as far as Hollingsworth, the recording, when all that stuff was released. To give you the exact time frame, that was when all that came out.
You're talking about in October of 2020?
To be exact, I can't even speak that.
Roughly speaking?
But, yeah.
Well, I guess the question I have, to try to clarify this, You had no official information that it was anything other than a high-speed crash that resulted in your son's deaths for a long time.
Well, when I have a grandson, my grandson, and the people that they called to come see Ronnie, this was at Glenwood Medical Center. It was during that time that the physician made that statement to my grandson, and my grandson saw Ronnie. My ex-sister-in-law saw Ronnie, and the statement was made of how he looked, and
so the doctor,
the physician said that the reports, he made that known at the time.
The
accident, the accounts of the troopers that were there did not match. That statement was said, and that was within hours.
All right, so I'm gonna synopsize that to make sure I'm clear. A doctor told your grandson that the injuries that he was seeing were inconsistent with it just being a traffic accident. Is that what?
He's getting into litigation now. We gotta bag that off. Yeah.
And I think what you're trying to say is that there's a civil litigation.
There's a civil suit going on, and Miss Mona cannot speak to that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bacala.
Does this lean on the litigations I was told? Does that lean on that?
I'm not aware. We don't know what the details of the civil litigation is, and I'm learning.
A gag order was put on our legal team.
Gotcha.
My lawyers, but I am not on that.
You're not on it. Well,
but I was told
we're going to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, I was told not to speak on that.
Yeah, I understand. Representative Marcel, for the question.
Yeah. Actually, it's not a question. It's more of a statement. First of all, I want to extend my sincere condolences to you in the loss of your son, and tell you how brave I think you are to continue to come and to sit back there patiently and quiet and wait for an opportunity to speak up for your son. That's admirable. This committee has definitely convened to get information as it regards to the death of your son and what happened, and we want to somehow give you some relief and make sure that you get all of the answers that you need and that justice would be served. For me, I believe that if there are others who should be punished for your son dying, that we need to get that information. I think that it's important that we leave here with a clear understanding of exactly what happened, and to restore the trust back into the people in the office of the state police. And you talked about your family being in having officers. My dad's first cousin was the first African American state police in Louisiana, Mr. Ernest Marcel. And he texted me the other day and told me he was proud that I was serving, because he went through quite a few things with the state police, being the first African American. So I'm honored to be here to stand up for all of the good troopers, and absolutely for you and your family and your son. You're continuously in my prayers, and we'll continue to get to the bottom of everything that happened in the death of your son. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm equally honored. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Representative Jordan, for a comment or question.
Just a comment. Excuse me. And Ms. Mona, I want to echo some of the things that Representative Marcel just said. Excuse me. I want to thank you for your courage and your commitment to this. And I hope you don't mind me sharing a little bit, but I know you and I spoke last week before the first meeting. And I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm paraphrasing, and if I misstated, please correct me. But Ms. Mona wanted to make sure that this just wasn't a formality, a check the box committee just to say that something had been done. And while we can't certainly say what the final outcome will be of the committee, I did let her know that everybody serving on this committee had a heart to find out what was happening and to hold those responsible accountable. So, Ms. Mona, I just hope that at least so far we have at least shown that and expressed that and displayed that to you. And you, as we've talked before, you always have my commitment. I'm here to see this thing all the way through. But again, it's not about any of us. It's about Ronnie, and it really is about you and your family. Because I know your daughter's not here today, but I know she's watching because she's texted me during the meeting. So, but just your firm commitment to seeing this through. I think you make mothers all around the world proud. Just to know that I think I hope, I know there's a lot of people who wish they had a mother that was just as dedicated and committed as you. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for shedding light, and thank you for, in the ugliness, such heaviness that's overshadowed this, there must be integrity. And today I saw it, and I'll go home just feeling some better. The fact that I'm dealing with people who have that and will carry it and see it through. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate your testimony today. We have no more comments or questions, so thank y'all. The two gentlemen have also filled out cards. Is there anything else they'd like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, we want to speak to the nature of this being a cover-up. Another name that I think you should probably look at in all of this is Mr. Aaron Bowman, whose situation is very, very similar, right? And as I was stating earlier when Mr. Bacala was asking Ms. Mona questions, we reached out to a group of select officials in September of 2020, which would have been about a month before Ms. Mona was notified of this case. We alerted those officials of this particular case. To this date, especially under the leadership of Colonel Reeves, no transparency was offered. The only transparency that we got came from officers like Mr. Carl Cavalier and officers like Mr. Albert Paxton, and through the work of private investigators. That group that we sat with and alerted to this case told us at that point that they did not believe us. We were hoping at that point to work with folks to work towards a solution that we knew would be good for the Greene family, and that did not happen whatsoever. In addition to, when we speak about the cover-up, we know for a fact that the same month that Mr. Kane's phone was sanitized, Mr. Paxton walked his notes over to the FBI. So if that is coincidental, and y'all believe that is coincidental, I got some magic beans I want to sell you too. The timing of that makes no sense. In addition to that, we saw a man drugged on the side of the road in South Louisiana, got a 50-hour suspension. Anybody who looked at that and saw 50 hours was enough is either an idiot or lying. And that's the fact of the matter. So I thank y'all for bringing this body together, because Ms. Mona's been traveling to Louisiana now for 3 years almost. She still got her son in that box, because what she failed to mention is that when she put her son in a nursing home, nursing homes gave her trouble. She had to end up trying to move him. She couldn't get anybody to transport him back to Orlando to funeralize him, because they wouldn't embalm him. They wouldn't touch him. Mm-hmm. So as a result, she had to cremate him because nobody was willing to work on him. That's a part of the story that most of y'all probably ain't heard before today. That's where this cover-up began, not just with Louisiana State Police, but with the funeral home directors as well as the coroner.
Thank you, Eugene.
So to say that all those entities just coincidentally act, and that none of those folks got nothing to answer for when they get up to those gates and see St. Peter, we'd be foolish if we thought that. Absolutely foolish when you look at the circumstances of events. So not only was this a cover-up, I think this body, and we thank y'all for putting this body together to look at the criminality that's involved in this. Because to say awful but lawful, this is much deeper than sin. People need to go to jail. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And look, I've said it publicly and before. My commitment is just to find out the truth. I'm not coming into this with any preconceived notions about anybody or any action. I want to learn in real time about what happened and what transpired. And I think the best thing I can do to bring closure to your family, and I speak for behalf of the committee, is to find out exactly everything that I possibly can find out that happened. It's not a position I want to be in. This is not something that I enjoy doing, but I think I have an obligation to you. I think I have an obligation to the general public, because when somebody dies in the custody of the government, I think in a democracy, in a free society, it is incumbent upon us to ask questions and find out what is the cause of this. If you contrast what's going on in Eastern Europe right now, when you don't have that kind of questioning of authorities, that's where the problematic stuff happens. And so I will remain committed to that end on behalf of y'all and behalf of the public at large. So thank y'all again for being here. I'm not trying to rush you off the witness table, but if there's no questions for y'all, and we thank y'all for being here. Sure, go ahead.
Charles Carlos Jean Jr., 924 French Street, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70802. I just wanted to mention that in May, it will be 3 years since the death and murder of Ronald Greene. Not one, not two, but three. And we're still seeking justice for Ronald Greene. Of course, if the tables were turned, this was your child, you wouldn't want to be having these conversations and around these circumstances and the lack of justice. The simple answer is no. You would not. Courtesy, loyalty, service. This is the LSP model. These models will believe that guide the LSP. Where is this present in the Ronald Greene case? It isn't present. I simply encourage you to keep pushing forward towards accountability and justice for Ronald Greene and his family.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for being here. We have one last witness to testify, and that is, Daryl Benjamin and Carl Cavalier. Mr. Cavalier, or Trooper Cavalier. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Carl Cavalier, 329 St. Ferdinand Street, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
I'm sorry.
Sitting back listening, what comes to mind is Ring Around the Rosie, Tic-Tac-Toe, and Hopscotch, and all those things. Little games I play with my kids, listening to testimony and things like that. I made it a point after meeting Miss Mona to not thank her for being strong or being brave and all those things, because I imagine in my head what I would want to tell my mother, how I would want my mother to act. And in a case like this, she shouldn't have to be brave and strong and all these things we want to tell her, because right now it's still traumatizing. She's not able to properly grieve the death of her son. So, I'll go forward and take my emotions out of it, because through this process, you won't get a tear out of me, or any regret for the role I played or am I playing in this case and the cover up and the beating of Ronald Greene. But I supplied you guys with documents to look over, and maybe with the coming committee hearings, you guys can prepare. Be better prepared to ask, questions, pointed questions, or whatever kind of questions you guys can formulate from these documents. But I was sitting back taking notes while other testimony was going on, and I just wanted to point out a few things. You guys were talking about the Clary videos. I don't know if you're aware, so I just wanted to take notes and give it to you guys. But the total number of videos that Clary had were 3. Okay, and the last 2, the initial video you guys spoke of, but the last 2 came about in April of 2021. The first initial hearing that I came to, I mentioned to Representative Villio that the audit trail was important. And the reason I said the audit trail was important in reference to the Ronald Greene videos is because there was an investigation put on by state police into John Clary not revealing the fact that he had body camera video, and he actually lied to, he actually misled an investigator, Albert Paxton. I'm sure he'll testify to it when he gets here, about having body camera video. So once the investigation went through state police, they pretty much ended with their results of the investigation was unfounded, to where they didn't offer any punishment for John Clary for lying to, misleading Albert Paxton and saying that he didn't have body camera video, when the audit trail shows that John Clary, throughout the time of him having the body camera video the night of the incident of Ronald Greene, until it was learned by investigators and through an internal affairs investigation, he periodically went back and checked the audit trail. As Representative Marcel said, there's time and date stamped. You can see him going back and periodically check the audit trail just to make sure no one else was looking at the video that he was trying to hide. So, and he got off scot-free, and that was under Colonel Lamar Davis. I'm just going to jump around because I took notes randomly, but so excuse me for that. But Jason Turner, after the first initial meeting last Tuesday, I believe it was, I get phone calls and texts, people telling me that, hey, since the hearing, Jason Turner has decided to turn his things in and retire, put his paperwork in for retirement. So that may be a good idea for you guys to call him in and question him before he run away, and just like the others, freely collect taxpayers' dollars, without being held responsible for his role in this entire thing. In reference to Kevin Reeves' testimony today, I took note on the fact that besides his journal, I'm glad he mentioned it because I was going to mention it if he didn't, but besides his journal of the events of Ronald Greene and communicating with the governor or not, I also took note that he had command staff briefings every week. He had IA updates, internal affairs updates every week also. And in those meetings, he would have received updates on all ongoing investigations. And I also took note that he would have definitely had knowledge that he was named in a green civil suit, which was filed May 6th of 2020, and any progress in that litigation. And I won't elaborate much on that, but I think common sense would tell any one of us that if we're involved in a civil suit, in which the governor's office was notified of that as well, that, myself and anyone else involved in that civil suit, if we were working for the same department, we would discuss the details of that suit, and it would have mentioned everything about Ronald Greene in that suit, or, the claims of Miss Mona Hardin and her family in that suit. Speaking to the point, and like I said, this is random, so excuse me for that, but speaking to the point of Kevin Reeves, speaking to remorse for the Ronald Greene family, the Hardin family. Of course, I was a trooper at that time. He was, in the colonel position, and I remember the emails that came out, and the only emails I remember in reference to Ronald Greene was the fact that they were honoring Chris Hollingsworth when he decided to, in my eyes, take his own life. A that's the only email I remember seeing, and I remember telling myself that, you know, they didn't show any remorse for Ronald Greene, didn't, you know, God bless his family, or we'll be praying for them, or whoever. Don't remember seeing any of that, but but I definitely seen, you know, them honoring Chris Hollingsworth and sending him off with an honorable funeral. We spoke. You guys spoke about a crash reconstruction, a reference to Ronald Greene and his crash. Well, being a former trooper of Louisiana State Police, who's worked fatal crashes, I know for sure that you will be raked over hot coals for not doing a crash reconstruction, you know, or extensive paperwork on a crash that resulted in a death. Before I go, I would like to mention that Representative Marcel, I hope you follow up and look into it. I think you will, but just to mention it, that the first hearing you mentioned the promotions and promotions of individuals surrounding the Ronald Greene case, who were involved in the Ronald Greene case. I think it's important that you continue to pursue that angle, because I never hear his name a lot, but I heard it today. Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron. He was over IA at that time, and I do have knowledge, and other people that will come to this committee, I'm sure they'll if you guys ask the right questions, they would testify to the fact that at the time Ronald Greene incident occurred, Chavez Cameron was over in internal affairs. Chavez Cameron and others, such as Kevin Ducote, asked training academy staff, Scott Davis, and another guy who's retired right now, their opinion on the Ronald Greene video. And the way I've heard it is that Scott Davis didn't give a favorable answer to what Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron would have liked to hear in reference to the video, and they subsequently told him, never mind, you know, pretty much we don't need your opinion no more. We're gonna go over here and let the investigators investigate it and give their opinion on the situation. So I think it would be very important to call Lieutenant Chavez Cameron, Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron down, and to ask him a few questions as well. Also, to that notion, I mentioned last time I was here that William Moran would be a great person to come and call down to be questioned as well. And the reason I said that was, at the time, Lieutenant Colonel Lane Barnum gave Lieutenant William Moran instructions to delete Ronald Greene's pursuit video from the S drive that's shared with the pursuit board of LSP. So it'd be important to question him as well. Besides the documents that I provided to you guys, I think that's all I'll be able to offer today. But I spoke to a few people prior to coming in here, and I'm real hopeful, and I haven't been very hopeful at all, a little at all, through this process. But I'm hopeful that that these guys are going to come forward and offer some great testimony. So I won't step on their toes too much and speak to the things they'll be speaking to when they get here. But I would like to say, just watching Miss Mona, you know, shed tears and things like that, you know, it does something to me knowing that you know, even though I was a trooper, you know, I'm a black man first, you know, I have a black mother, and I'm no different than Ronald Greene and Miss Mona Hardin. She's no different from my mom. So when she's shedding tears and giving testimony, I look around and, you know, I find the face of Colonel Davis, and he's still got this same business look, the same stern face, as if he don't have a black mother, a black family to go home to, and as if he never experienced any trouble coming through the ranks of state police. It's just that's the thing that ticks me off. But I know at the end of the day, Miss Mona will be okay. She will find closure one way or another. But I just get lost in the thoughts of watching somebody like Colonel Davis, who's a black man like me, and not to make it about race, but it is about race. So you'll call a spade, but he maintained this business look, this business posture, and come up and give by the book statements, and instead of doing what's right, and I know we like to give statements, not tying him into this, but at this point he's been in power long enough to make a difference. He was the one handed down the punishment of John Clary, and he's the one made the determination to fire me. Now, I'm not up here to advocate for myself, because it's about Miss Mona and Ronald Greene in the case. But I'll close with this. I've been terminated, and I'm dealing with it. I move on, as best as I know how. But as far as this cover-up goes, there's still videos out there of, minorities. I say minorities because black men are not the only one being beaten. There's still videos out there that's under Colonel Davis's watch that are not being, put out into the public, or not being properly investigated. I would say that, and I know that for a fact. And this guy is not, clean and pristine and by the book, as he put on to be. And also, I echo the sentiments of retired troopers, current troopers who are there, who's scared to speak up, scared to come out publicly to say anything, because they, the same thing that's happening to me will happen to them. So I come here to try to speak on these guys' behalf, and just do the best I can to supply you guys with information. So if there's no questions or comments for me, I think that'll be it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Cavalier. You don't have any comments or questions. We appreciate you testifying. I am at a later date, probably the next meeting, going to have Colonel Davis come and testify, because I want to give him the opportunity to speak. I know he's got a tremendous task ahead of him as far as dealing with Louisiana State Police and all that it entails. Also, people process things differently, so I do want to give everybody an opportunity to share their side of things and be fair on the committee towards everyone. So I do want to let Mr. Colonel Davis, I apologize, Colonel Davis, know that we will be bringing him. I hope to bring him next time, to testify and to talk about some of those things and the issues Mr. Cavalier raised. But there are no further questions for you, Mr. Cavalier. So I think we have one more card, and we thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Daryl Benjamin is president, would like to speak. And Mr. Benjamin, can you please identify yourself when you get the microphone, please?
My name is Darrell Benjamin.
He filled out a card. Oh, it was. We got a.
Trying to get him on.
Oh.
My name is Darrell Benjamin. I'm from Lafayette, Louisiana. I heard y'all asking about if the mayor knew about this accident or not. I really don't know. But I know I went through some stuff. And on Independent Boulevard, the officer that was talking about the reform and all that, I handed that man an envelope of the things that I went through, and I never heard from him. If the governor knows, I don't know. But yet and still, I don't care what you say, all the police officers to me are crooked. When they alter body cam footage and everything else and nothing's done, something wrong with the police department. I need an operation on my shoulder right now because of what the police did to me. And nobody want to do nothing. You can't get a lawyer. You can't do nothing out here. The NAACP over here, I don't know about, but in Lafayette, didn't even call me back. So what you do when you have a problem, before I end up like Mr. Greene, what should I do? Do y'all believe that a body cam, somebody was asking about if a body cam footage could be altered? Well, if I don't know the difference between a white man grabbing me by my right hand, I want to say a black man grabbing me by my right hand and a white man grabbing me by my left, something wrong with me. The two white officers never was to my house. The black man is the one that grabbed me first, and this guy is about 6'2", 200 and something pounds. Grabbed me like a sack of potatoes. I just got out the hospital weighing 140 pounds. He grabbed me and slammed me to the ground. I still need an operation on my shoulder. And y'all think, y'all don't know what it's like to live in a real black neighborhood. You have no rights. They sent me to federal court for lying on a police officer. The lady didn't even want to give me a public defender. I went to defend myself. I had to fill out some paper because of carpal tunnel. I can't really write. They would not let my worker or my sister fill out no papers for me. So what do? You can't fight the police officers. You can say what you want, do what you want. They're going to do what they want to do and don't give a damn about us. So that's why Mr. Greene is there, because all the things they do, they get away with. They feel they could get away with more and more, and then when they kill somebody, oh, we didn't do that. Y'all don't need police reform. What y'all need is that body cam all 24/7, and the TVs up there, put it on TV where everybody could see. Every time the officers go and do something, we could see it on TV. Why not? They use it against us when we do something wrong, but when they do something wrong, they keep it and they hide it or alter it. So you think I'm happy living right here, right now? I've been in Louisiana all my life, and I'm ready to just get out of here. So you want to know what it's like to be black? Come by my house. When you got officers saying they're going to go in town, in Truman area, shooting their guns, it's nothing but black over there. What a white officer want to go over there and shoot who? What? For what? And I hope the police say that I lied and try to bring me back to court, because I want my day in court. If I stay silent, everybody like Mr. Greene gonna die, and nobody gonna do nothing about it, because the police officers hides body cam footage and do all of that, all to do whatever they want to do. So that's about all I have to say about this matter.
Well, we appreciate you coming out, Mr. Benjamin, and sharing your story with us. And it's something that we will discuss at a later date with some of the officers. But thank you again for testifying. And members, it concludes our program for today.